Good Friday evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center checking some of the latest information as we're getting the details here from the National Weather Service offices here toward parts of the center of our country. And we do have a potentially large and dangerous tornado on the ground right now as we get close toward Jonesboro, Arkansas. You can see here we have that hook look here on the screen. This is near Jonesboro, Arkansas, the community of Lake City in Arkansas. We have that spin here within the radar, and we have confirmation, it looks like, of a tornado on the ground doing damage. So folks around Jonesboro really need to be in shelter. A tornado here toward maybe the southeastern side of town or maybe outside of town, really, as we're watching things with our tornado debris. Not extreme yet, but we have to really be on guard because this storm looks like it'll be in a very favorable environment here to continue to maybe have that threat of producing a large type tornado on the ground as it tracks off here toward the north and east. The latest warning issued by the Memphis office now extends the tornado warning threat. So first off, the warning continuing for Greene, Craighead, Poinsett, as well as Mississippi counties until about 7:30, and then the next warning down the line here issued by the Memphis office goes for Greene, Craighead, Mississippi, but now into Dunklin County, Missouri. So we're starting to talk about the boot hill now of Missouri with this tornado threat. It's a particularly dangerous situation. The Weather Service calling this here in Memphis. So folks really need to take this seriously by getting as many walls between the outside as possible here. Maybe a cover under heads there with a bicycle helmet even. That's definitely something you can do in these type of situations. I know if you're watching from Florida, we're not dealing with any type of threat like this. Maybe some of our western counties tomorrow toward southwest Georgia could get into some type of low-end threat, but we're talking about a national level scenario here that is ongoing. Maybe a tornado outbreak trying to develop here, unfortunately, as we are watching right now. Again, a potential tornado on the ground as we look toward parts of northeastern Arkansas between Jonesboro and Lake City in Arkansas, to be precise. We're getting information here of a storm in Missouri. It looks like where debris being picked up on the radar. So that's not what you want to hear about. That's toward Middletown there in Missouri. So we'll go ahead and kind of give you the overview here and break things down here on the even larger scale. So let me go ahead and switch on over here. We have several tornado watches. Those are in yellow. In fact, we're dealing, it looks like right now, with 5 tornado watch boxes. I'm talking about the yellow highlighted zones, the wide swaths here. Now, the yellow polygons, the smaller areas there, those are sort of thunderstorm warnings. And then the red boxes, tornado warnings. The purple meaning an elevated threat here for maybe a tornado actually being reported on the ground. If we actually had a black outline within that, we'd be talking about a tornado emergency. We haven't got to that level yet, but I do see a tornado warning this popping up here near Little Rock. So let me go ahead and zoom into this. I don't particularly like the look of this here. This is getting there as we get over toward areas east of Mayflower, Cabot under this warning here, Austin and Ward as well. So this is a possible tornado that's going to be moving into toward this area over the next little bit here in central Arkansas. This storm now starting to rotate within the line, and that could be problematic for some areas there north of Little Rock. So that's a tornado warning, it looks like, for Lonoke as well as Faulkner, White, and Pulaski counties until it looks like about 7:30 local time here. Not confirmed yet, but you don't want to wait for confirmation to take shelter. Again, a possible tornado closer toward Cabot, Arkansas there in the next little bit possible. And then as we get up toward Jonesboro, this is the more concerning area here where we've had that large tornado potential. Then as we get up toward the north here, we have several tornado warnings west of St. Louis. So we got to really be on guard here. I'll go ahead and zoom out just a little so you guys can get a better look at this. I'll take off our mesoscale discussions because they might be a little confused, and that's just where the Storm Prediction Center is talking about what to do here and what the environment is pretty much here. Something that's kind of behind the scenes here for meteorologists to keep track on. But here west of St. Louis, you can see several tornado warnings in play right now. One for northwestern Crawford County as well as southwestern Franklin and southern Gasconade County there to about 7:45. At 7:02, I see a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles south of Bland, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Another tornado warning here going for areas there. Franklin, parts of Franklin, Warren, and Gasconade till about 7:30 local time. And we have even more warnings, a new warning recently here for parts of Lincoln, as well as Montgomery, Warren, Pike, and Gasconade. That goes to 7:45. And another area here we're watching along this line, possible tornadic scenario here as we get toward areas there around Rawls, as well as Drain, if I'm pronouncing that right, Montgomery and Pike counties here until about 7:30 local time. And even another area we're watching, this is up toward zones there in Illinois, west of Jacksonville in Illinois, not talking about our area, I want to emphasize that, but in Illinois, Pike County, there, possible tornado near Pittsfield, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So got to be monitoring that situation. I know we just got a new warning here toward areas east of Paducah, east there of Princeton in Kentucky. This is a radar indicated tornado, a discrete storm. Got to watch that one. Got to watch an area east of Murray. We have these discrete areas, and those will be more favorable, maybe producing, I should say, the stronger type tornadoes, maybe even a violent tornado. Don't think we've had that yet, but this area near Jonesboro, Roy Bear's watching, and because we do have that confirmation of a tornado on the ground here in this area, at least as of a little bit ago. You see that rotation very tight. We're trying to get the latest information in on this scenario. Checking in here. It was confirmed as a large tornado by weather spotters. No tornado emergency issued. I know we have to just be cautious, though, of what can happen in these situations. That at Jonesboro, right at the beginning of the coronavirus scenario, had a tornadic situation where a dangerous tornado went right through town. So I know those folks are kind of tornado weary. Speaking of tornado weary, I mean, we're looking all the way to Nashville. They could have a threat way into the night. There's a huge area with a threat here, folks. So really need people to be monitoring this situation. I'll put on our risk at red area is a 4 out of 5 severe weather risk, and in that we could be talking about maybe stronger to even violent type tornadoes evolving here. You can see as we go over toward our larger zone here, you can see maybe that risk here of stronger tornadoes evolving definitely could be in play. So got to continue to watch things. We're going to gather more information, be back here at the bottom of the hour. I'm going to catch my breath here real quick, and we'll have the latest here at the bottom unless we have something really significant like a tornado emergency evolving. So stay tuned, everybody. Stay safe out there. Make sure you have multiple ways to get those severe weather alerts. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the weather as we approach, or back here in the weather center as we approach the top and now bottom of the hour. We're trying to sort through things here in the weather center. We're now getting numerous reports of damage in on that storm in northeastern Arkansas. So let me go ahead and zoom on in here. We are maybe getting close to this threat escalating even further, but already considerable damage tag on this warning here as we get toward northeastern Arkansas. We're going to go ahead and zoom on in here on our other source. Let me go ahead and go on over to our other source right now. You can see here a very strong rotation moving toward Leachville, Arkansas. This is a situation that needs to be taken very seriously. If you have relatives in Leachville, Arkansas, that's northeastern Arkansas, we're talking about potentially large and maybe devastating tornado on the ground. So really serious situation as we kind of zoom on out just a little bit. I know new updates coming on in here. PDF situation here, a life-threatening weather situation here as we're looking. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back on in around the Leachville area. We're talking about gate-to-gate rotation right now of 102 one way and 80 the other way according to our radar. This is indicative of maybe an EF3, EF4 type tornado on the ground right now here around the Leachville, Arkansas area. You're going to be moving in towards southeastern Missouri, the Missouri Boot Hill soon. So folks need to take this situation very, very seriously. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening weather situation. I see this debris here only up 3,000 feet, and it's not quite as bad as it could be, but the next frame, it could be really bad, and that would mean damage is being done. We can't necessarily know for sure how bad the damage is here until it's already done, as that debris gets lofted up and seen by the Doppler. So you can't wait for a bigger debris signature. We have a tornado on the ground. We don't know if it's an extremely strong one or just a lower end tornado, but even a lower end tornado can be deadly here. Mobile homes, very dangerous places to be here. As the Weather Service talking about it here in the chat, that there's a large wedge tornado here. It looks like storm chasers reporting this, a large wedge tornado visible with power flashes there. Unknown structural damage, but a ton of it along Highway 18, at least being indicated there. So unknown structural damage as we get near back to the south and west, but they're talking about the debris signature, even though it doesn't show up as well in this mode from Memphis. They're saying here it may go up to 14,000 feet. So that's indicative of a very dangerous tornado here as we are watching things. And that means it could be one of the EF2, EF3s, or even EF4 type situations as we were talking about last night here. Unfortunately, seeing that potential come to fruition. So we got so many things going on. Let me go ahead and zoom on out here, zoom on out right now. We have about, it looks like 13 tornado warnings on the board. You can see here as we kind of see that broader view here. You can see all these red polygons, all these pink polygons. Just checking here in the chat section. You can see what's going on as we look at the mapping here. We're getting an idea of how things are going. Let's start down toward Little Rock right now. We have a couple tornado warnings here. One to the south, one to the north, the one to the south here is for, it looks like Prairie as well as Lone Oak, and as well as even White and Pulaski counties here until about 8:15 local time. We're going to go to the north now. You can see here up to areas here with Woodruff, Independence, Jackson, and White counties. They're under a tornado warning to 7:45 local time. And then even up here toward northeastern Arkansas, that's where we've had that big concern for a stronger to violent tornado. The threat continues here as we're looking toward, it looks like, southeastern Greene as well as northeastern Craighead, western Mississippi, and southwestern Dunklin counties. A confirmed large tornado that has produced damage on the ground moving toward that Missouri Boot Hill here. And you also see a new tornado warning coming out for northeastern Mississippi, Temescott, as well as it looks like Dunklin, Dyer, and Tennessee, Lauderdale, and Lake as well. So a pretty nasty situation here, folks. We need folks to take shelter. Another tornado warning down near Fayetteville at Supercell here. Things are really getting wild here in the Weather Center. This is south of Arkansas there. That university we're talking about. As we get here, Fayetteville, part of the town clipped under this warning. We're talking about, it looks like Prairie Grove, where that possible tornado is here at this point. We're going to go to the north now, south of Springfield, another possible tornado. These could do damage, could be deadly, but they have a lower chance of being deadly if you're taking those right precautions here, at least. As you see, a tornado warning. This one for, it looks like Kristen as well as Stone and Berry counties in southwestern Missouri. We're going to go up to the north here. You can see all these warnings west of St. Louis. Several tornado warnings on the board here. You can see west of St. Louis, we have one here that continues for, it looks like Crawford and Gasconade counties, and now a PDS warning. You don't want to see that toward the St. Louis metro. Or actually, let's see, are they calling this PDS, or are they calling this, I know it's been a while since we've had a situation like this. I think they're just saying it's on the ground, not PDS yet. Which is a little bit of good news, but it could escalate to that. But this right now is being called a confirmed tornado on the ground here. West of St. Louis. It looks like it's near 94 west of Augusta, the community of Augusta there in east central Missouri, moving northeast in St. Charles County. So, got to get folks into shelter. A confirmed tornado that could escalate to a particularly dangerous situation eventually. So, let me go ahead and go back up here. I mean, a situation we have so many warnings. I might need to stay talking because we have so much information to get out to you guys now. I will take some breaks. I mean, I've even some relatives in some areas here. I'll try to let know things here as needed. But let me go ahead and get over toward our other mode. You can see in toward the St. Louis metro area. We're definitely seeing something here with a confirmed tornado on the ground near Augusta. Near Augusta here, you can see that red, bright red, and that green coming together here, folks. A possible tornado here that's actually now being confirmed by the Doppler radar in east central Missouri. I know just a lot of stuff going on, a lot of information streaming into the Weather Center, and now it looks like we're up to 15 tornado warning polygons. So, well, again, we're almost in a situation where we might just need to stick with it for a little bit because things are really coming at us quickly here. I'll go ahead and zoom one out now, and we'll go back to the overview. I have our outbreak viewpoint here on the screen. Let me go ahead and go over to this right now. We're talking about 15 different tornado warning polygons in play. We need folks to take the situation seriously. We'll go here northeast of Little Rock, around Cabot, around BB here. We have a possible tornado radar indicated at the last check there. This is more of a straight line wind event in general. We could have a quick spin up along the line, but still could be something to watch as we get further north. A tornado scenario involving, it looks like, Cleburne County in Arkansas as well. Of course, the real concern is here toward areas there in northeastern parts of Arkansas, Green, Craighead, Mississippi, and Dunklin counties here. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado moving there into toward the heartland of the country. So that's not good. That rotation is very strong. It's maxing out on our software even as we get there around Leachville. Unfortunately, going to expect a lot of damage as it does go on in toward southeastern Missouri. We got to be really cognizant of the potential that this could cause. And then as we get over toward areas there around Madisonville and Kentucky, Central City, radar indicated tornado there. Again, we have just up near Fayetteville, near the University of Arkansas, and then south of Springfield there. And then we have several tornado warnings here as we get towards St. Louis. You can see here one of these for Franklin County expiring, or it looks like, here's the latest. Okay, it looks like they're continuing this for Franklin County. I need to clarify this. I think we talked about Crawford and Gasconade, but they've cleared those out. But this continues for Franklin County in Missouri here. And then we have another tornado warning for St. Charles, Lincoln, Franklin, and Warren. And then the one with the confirmed tornado, the pink one here. We're talking about a possible tornadic scenario evolving as we look toward areas there around Defiance, as well as Wildwood, the Spirit of St. Louis Airport, and Weldon Spring Heights. They're around 750. I know back in 2011, I believe it was, they had that tornado there near the airport in St. Louis. So they're familiar with these situations, unfortunately. And we may have another situation trying to evolve now as we get toward the north here. A possible tornado as we get near Warrenton. It's moving northeast at 70, and that's another thing to focus on here today, folks, is the speed of the storms. These are moving so fast here, folks. We just need to be very cognizant of what can happen here in this situation because as these storms are moving so fast, it's going to be hard to get warnings out to people. So You got to really just be weather aware, have multiple ways to get alerts. And watching here, looking like right now the worst of the threat here may go north of Arnold, but we have to keep watching because there's just so many candidates here for tornadoes in terms of storms. As we just got another warning, we're now up to 17 actually, so I guess 2 more warnings have come on the board here. Looks like another one in central Arkansas now, and then we have another area there towards southwestern Missouri. This could be stuff that'll be filtering in later toward areas off toward the east. So there's a long night ahead of us. I know maybe 3 a.m. Central could be when things start to quiet on down towards southeast Missouri and that heartland area in general. And we have several more hours to get through with this severe weather situation. I know there's so many things here to talk about. Let me go ahead and zoom back on out now. You can see here we have 17 tornado warnings right now. I'll zoom back out. We have so much happening. Let's get back down here to that area in northeastern Arkansas. Excuse me, as we continue to watch things near, it looks like Hornersville in Arkansas, or now Hornersville, Missouri, I should say. Just getting away from Leachville in Arkansas. We have that dangerous situation now entering the heartland. That's very serious, folks. Very serious. So we have those greens and now yellows coming together. We're talking about in that yellow area there, winds of 112 miles an hour, and then 57, 58 in that blue, and that means we could have winds over 150 miles an hour reaching the surface here around Hornersville in Missouri, as this just passed away from Leachville in Arkansas, moved away from there. So we're going to go ahead and watch here as we get here in towards some of these different areas. This new warning here is for Mississippi County as well as Pemiscot, Dunklin, Dyer, Lauderdale, and Lake. A large tornado on the ground. I need to get folks into shelter here as we look at that debris signature still going. They're saying at the Weather Service that debris signature is going up really high. I'm going to go real high on the tilt here, and you definitely see a sign of that even as we get a little higher. This is 9,000 feet. And what I'm doing here as we get up to the highest tilt, even 15,000, maybe a little something trying to show up there as well, as we're kind of going between some different things here in the Weather Center. We're trying to give you guys the very latest information on this life-threatening weather situation, and I know you want to know those tornado safety tips, so let me go ahead and bring those up for you guys right now. Let me go ahead and punch that up here on our other source. If you're just kind of tuning on in here this evening, a life-threatening night potentially ahead of us here as we're looking toward parts of the nation. You can see here tornado watch scenario means conditions favorable for tornadic activity. We're in charge of those devices if you're at ahead of these storms here still in case of power loss. Have multiple ways to get alerts, but then when a tornado warning is issued, that means you need to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself with that flying debris potential in play by putting on a bicycle helmet. Very important thing to do. So we're going to go back on over to the radar now, folks. This is very serious business here, folks, in the heartland. A tornado on the ground here not far from Hornersville in Missouri. We're talking about Dunklin County, folks, here in the heartland. Just entering in there. I know the circulation here moving out of northeastern Arkansas. Watching things very carefully here for sure as we're looking at our Doppler radar technology, trying to give you guys the very latest information on what's going on. We're getting new details in, so I'm going to take a break here in the coverage. I'll be back by the top of the hour, but maybe breaking in earlier as conditions warn. I know we have 17 different tornado warnings in place, so that's about the highest I've seen it here in a while, folks. Very dangerous situation as we go ahead and broaden out that view now. Let me see all these different polygons. We have tornado warnings as we're looking toward Arkansas, toward Missouri, toward Illinois, toward Tennessee and Kentucky as well. So very dangerous situation. Watch those local meteorologists if you're in this area, because those people can really provide you with the very latest on that hyper local level, but I'm trying to cover everything I can here so you guys know what's going on. But I'm going to catch my breath real quick. We're back here by the top of the hour here at 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern, but of course if something breaks where we need to come on earlier, we will do that. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. Unfortunately, now a tornado emergency has been issued in that area there around northeast Arkansas and southeastern Missouri in the Boot Hill. We have a confirmed potentially deadly tornado on the ground, so we need to get folks here into shelter. Let me go ahead and zoom into this area here right now as we go ahead and show you the situation. You can see we're getting these extreme blue colors showing on up here, and then also we have these yellow colors in there. Maybe we can on the latest frame, but we're talking about maybe winds in that high 100 range, meaning over 175 miles an hour. Not out of the question, but at least over 150 probably here in what is going on, as we have a very deep debris signature. We're talking about a tornado emergency there for southern Dunklin and Pemiscot counties, including Denton and Steele, a particularly dangerous situation. We need folks in shelter. This tornado is going to be headed there and towards some of these zones in Pemiscot County. It's moving very fast here, unfortunately. That makes things even more dangerous. It's harder to get the warnings out. But we have Caruthersville there and Hayti potentially in line over the next little bit. So we need to get folks into shelter. I know there's a lot going on. In fact, there's just so much going on that the Weather Service, their information source here that meteorologists use behind the scenes is having so many issues. So probably not going to be using that here anymore, because we need to make sure you free up the bandwidth for the folks here that are getting the worst of this and providing that direct information there to the viewers, where there's more viewership, no doubt, as we're looking towards some of these different TV stations. Just unfortunately, they had an update. They thought it was going to fix things maybe, but it didn't really fix things, unfortunately. So it's going to be a little harder to get some information out of these areas, but we're going to try to do our best here. As you can see, as we look toward Pemiscot County, you can see here 104 mile an hour wind one way, 63 the other. So still maybe winds about 150, not out of the question. Granted, we're looking at lofts, so some of this wind may not be reaching the surface. We hope it's not, but unfortunately, we've had a maybe deadly tornado situation arise. As you can see here, that debris and that blue. Let me point that out for you guys here as we're live on the air. You can see that latest update, in fact, just to the north and east. It's moving pretty quickly here, this tornadic scenario. So let me go ahead and kind of step on over here just a little bit in the Weather Center. We're talking about that debris being seen by that radar there in Memphis. So not good at all. We need folks in shelter immediately. A tornado emergency, a situation here that is a matter of potentially life and death, as we're maybe even getting some of that to show up here within the radar, that tornado debris. The debris is so deep, it may be being seen within the radar algorithms here, what you're typically using for radar, how we used to see debris signatures in the olden days. That may be trying to emerge here as well, as that purple area there I kind of put a little pin on is kind of within that blue debris signature area. So what I'm going to do here, trying to gather more information, and we're going to go ahead as we're now past the top of the hour. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here. We have, it looks like, just tons of tornado warnings, 10 in play at the very moment, but we're gathering more details. I'm going to step off real quick here so you guys get an idea of exactly what's going on. You can kind of see here that tornadic situation as it does evolve in that full. Again, this is a matter of life and death here, folks, as we're looking toward this area. So I'm going to go ahead and step back in now again, trying to monitor things very carefully. Seeing so many rotational signatures showing up here. Not what you want to see. Again, potentially a matter of life and death here in Pemiscot County in Missouri. We're going to go ahead and zoom on in here just a little bit more. Again, you see how deep that debris signature is. And as we go further on up in the tilts here, we'll go all the way up. And that's over 17,000 feet. So we're maybe, again, talking about just such a devastating tornado potentially on the ground. At least at one point in here, it was probably a devastating tornado, getting the debris to go up over 17,000 feet. And we got to really hit this hard for Caruthersville and Hayti here, folks. In Pemiscot County, we really need to hit this hard. I'm looking at it. This might be headed more toward Hayti than Caruthersville as I look at this on the fly here, folks. We're kind of watching things carefully. Again, got to be really careful here in this situation. I'm going to pull up another one of our tools here. I might be able to trace the path a little bit here with this in our coverage. So let me go ahead and see what's happening. We're going to see what's going on here on our different mode of the Doppler radar. Now, a very serious situation ongoing here Yeah, definitely looking more like Hayti here, folks, in Carruthersville. But you're in a tornado warning in Carruthersville, so you want to make sure you're in shelter there as well. But here's our other radar mode. We're continuing to watch this very, very carefully here. We're monitoring things here very carefully as we have a tornado emergency, a matter of life and death here, potentially for Hayti, Missouri. We're talking about just extreme winds here showing up as we get within the radar, 112, 114, 106, and then 15, 20. That's winds there closer maybe to 125 miles an hour, moving there toward Hayti, Missouri. So maybe a path kind of like this. I don't want to track it precisely because it could wobble and we could be a little off with that angle, but I'm trying to give you a general idea of how things could go. You need to be in shelter in Hayti, but to be on the safe side, even around Carruthersville, take shelter because this could end up. Sometimes these storms will turn a little more easterly than northeast. So you just never know what can happen here. You need to be in shelter in this area. We have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now. You can see that very deep debris signature. This is tornado debris, folks. A tornado emergency here in play. So you got to be in shelter. This is potentially a matter of life and death here toward Hayti and Carruthersville in the heartland, folks, in the heartland of America. I interned in Cape Girardeau 2015, and I know this area pretty well as we get here, looking closer to I-55. So we need folks in shelter here as we are seeing a very dangerous situation here on our hands. Again, this is a tornado emergency. Catastrophic damage is possible. Move to an interior room or a basement to protect yourself from flying debris. Put on a bicycle helmet here, folks. This is really serious stuff we're talking about. Closer to Hayti, Missouri. I'm going to go ahead and put a loop on this, see if we can get this together for you guys pretty quick as well. And you'll kind of get an idea of how this is moving. You even have a little cyclonic look to this, and that's not good, folks. That indicates a more significant tornado scenario. As we now go over to our rotational tracker, we're going to load this on here now. We're going to load this here in our system. You're going to be able to see how this is kind of tracing, and that traces it very close there toward Hayti in Missouri. So again, southeast Missouri, that Missouri Boot Hill, folks, a matter of life and death, that classic supercell look here, folks. You need to get as many walls between you and your outside surroundings as possible, maybe a basement. I mean, this area has basements, folks. You need to take advantage of that right now if you're in that area. You need to be really taking this, you're hitting this hard here as a weather enterprise, and maybe hearing that message come across, and now you need to take action to protect yourself in this zone near I-55. I mean, look at that thing, folks. Look at that discreet looking motion there with this. You can just see that C-shape. You can see that here, folks. You can kind of see that appendage there. Not what you want to see, though, here for sure. As we go ahead and take that off, I think I'm going to come back on camera because we have so many other areas we need to talk about as well. I mean, this is a matter of life and death, but other storms here could be hitting mobile homes, and that could be a matter of life and death, too, here, folks. So let me go ahead and move away from the tornado emergency for now and focus on some other areas. A very, very dangerous night indeed as we go ahead here and move away from radar scope. We'll go ahead and zoom on out as a new tornado emergency has been issued now here, folks. This is coming across for Carruthersville and Hayti. A confirmed large and destructive tornado near, it looks like Deering or near Steele. PDS situation, radar confirmed tornado, Carruthersville around 8:10. Could be around Hayti there in that time range as well. Ridge Lake, Cottonwood Grove, it looks like there, Tiptonville, Clayton. A potentially deadly tornado here in this zone as we kind of watch this again being shelter here of Hayti and Carruthersville. It's a matter of life and death for you guys, a matter of life and death. I can't emphasize that enough. You got to be taking those tornado precautions. Basement. Now, if you're in these areas, you need to be taking that type of precaution here to protect yourself from this dangerous and maybe devastating situations. We have a confirmed tornado closer, closer towards St. Louis here as well. So let me go ahead and punch this one up. Let me go ahead and go on over here. We'll see what's happening. We're talking about a situation we have a line here, more of the QLCS maybe type tornado development, but still Weather Service calling this a confirmed tornado here over Bridgeton, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. We also have a situation with a confirmed tornado north of Springfield in Illinois. This is about 10, 11 miles east of the community of Virginia. So you need to take your tornado precautions there. I'm trying to break down all these confirmed tornadoes. Another one here toward areas north of Branson. We're talking about a confirmed tornado near Merriam Woods, or 7 miles northwest of Forsyth. It's moving in toward the Ava area over the next little bit. Right now, latest update, maybe soon it's more as a radar indicated tornado, but has a history of producing tornadic activity. So, again, very dangerous situation on our hands here, folks. We're watching things for you. You can see the history down here of the tornadic production. Tornado by law enforcement reports there in Craighead. Also, looks like Mississippi County, Arkansas, reported by law enforcement there in Dunklin County. And you see that discrete hook here, folks. That discrete hook just kind of pulling out from the storm a little bit. And you can see that rotational history, a very strong rotation. We've seen more of that wind maybe reach the ground here over the last few frames as we have a tornado emergency in play right now. So let me go ahead and go back over to other mode. We're going to go back over to our other mode here as we continue this coverage. We're trying to protect you, your friends, and your family. This is moving very close to Hayti, folks. Hayti. If you're in southeastern Missouri, we're very concerned about you guys there in this area, in the Boot Heel. We need you guys in shelter. This is a matter, again, potentially a matter of life and death, but remain calm. But take those tornado precautions. Again, basement now if you haven't already done so in Hayti. This is very serious stuff, folks. Very serious stuff. And nobody should be driving on Interstate 55 in this area here either. This is very dangerous situation on our hands. You see the path of the tornado. I'll kind of highlight that for you, the potential track that this could take, maybe toward Tiptonville in Tennessee over the next little bit as well. You see it looks like Sandburg in there. Eventually maybe out toward Woodland Mills. So got to be watching it there. But right now it's all about Hayti and Caruthersville, but especially Hayti here, folks. A very serious situation on our hands here as we're looking toward Hayti. Hayti needs to be in shelter. Again, we're talking about extreme circulation here right around Hayti. Let me go back on over to the wall. Again, please take those tornado precautions if you're in the Hayti area. Time running very short. It's pretty much out now on Hayti. Take shelter now if you're on Hayti in Missouri. We'll go back on over here. You see that very strong rotation right around 55. Our latest debris tracker showing things very clearly there in Pemiscot County, unfortunately. We're going to take a quick 2.5-minute break, and we'll be right back here, folks. But again, tornado emergency for Hayti, Caruthersville, and Missouri. Very, very serious situation on our hands. Stay tuned. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. Continue to watch the tornado emergency situation around Hayti, Missouri here. We're talking about Pemiscot County, a very serious scenario. That debris showing up even within the reflectivity of the radar here, folks. And you do not want to see that. That's not good news, folks. This is now crossing here north side of Caruthersville, or maybe just away from them. You can see that here as we're tracking this ultimately into Ward, Western Tennessee over the next little bit here. A tornado emergency, a matter of life and death, unfortunately does continue. I hate saying that, but we have to in this situation here, folks. I know we have some other warnings in play. Looks like a confirmed tornado warning for New Madrid County here as well. Trying to run these down. We have so many things happening. I think they just used a really small polygon here. Paducah did, just to be on the safe side. Make sure it didn't cross into their jurisdiction as this kind of goes more into ward areas of Memphis's office jurisdiction for now. But we're going to go ahead and zoom on out here. We have some other areas to watch in northeast Arkansas. You can see a new tornado warning for Jonesboro now. Radar indicated rotation moving toward Jonesboro, Arkansas, and Arkansas State University. So got to be watching that area carefully as we go ahead and go back over toward the big view now. You can see here we've had a history of tornadic production here out of that supercell that's emerged out of northeast Arkansas. I know it's been talked about for a while, this potential with this storm, and unfortunately it's come to a very, very dangerous fruition here. As we look over toward the west, you can see west of Ava, we've had a history of tornadic production out of this area here right now. Radar indicated. We have some other warnings, St. Louis. This has been confirmed tornadic scenario. It was over Bridgeton there just a little while ago. Bridgeton, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing that right there as we're looking from the North St. Louis Metro up toward the north. We have other tornado warnings, one here southwest of Hardinsburg there in Kentucky. And then we have areas there south of Peoria, west of Lincoln. We've had a confirmed tornado here in that pink polygon over the last little bit as well. That's a confirmed tornado near Greenview, or 10 miles southwest of Mason City, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. But we get back to Pemiscot, Dyer Lake, and Obion counties, where we've had this really bad situation emerge, tornado emergency, Caruthersville and Hayti. They're in this area. We're going to go back on over now to our DR level 3 computer. You can see that cyclonic look to this, and that's not good. And let's go ahead and start warning people in Tennessee. So we have, as this moves past Hayti and Caruthersville, we have Windberg here, we have Tiptonville. Things look bad for you guys potentially if this holds together. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions anywhere within these tornado warning boxes, because we've had a history of destruction here with this back to the south and the west. So just really need folks to take this seriously as we're watching this scenario emerge and evolve. So let's go ahead now. Debris, I'm looking up even a little higher on it. This is 7,000 feet, folks, and that is bad news. Let's go up here. You can see even 20,000 feet. We have some type of remnant look to that, and that's not good. But this is really bad news here as we watch. We've probably had almost a town devastating type tornado around Hayti. I'm going to try to gather some information in here and find out what's going on, and we'll try to pass it along to you as we get more word. But near Hayti, Caruthersville, we're watching things. I think we're going to take a break here at about 9:30, give or take. That's Eastern time. I say that at 8:30, of course, talking about Central time. So I know you guys watching that Central time zone. We're just trying to monitor things. I'm going to stay with this for maybe another scan or so, because we're watching this. It's over a little more rural area right now as we cross into Tennessee, but that's going to change here shortly. We need folks warned here as we get toward Windberg, Tiptonville, Ridgely there as well. Looks like we're going to go north of Ridgely, but we're talking about Windberg and Tiptonville there. We need folks in shelter in toward western and northwestern Tennessee. You have areas toward the south and west here as well, watching things. But that TVS signature, we've definitely seen that continue, that debris signature continuing. This tornado is a very strong to violent one, because this debris here, this is 16,000 feet. When you get it up that high with that type of circulation, that generally indicates a tornado there getting higher on that EF scale, that enhanced Fujita scale. Let me pop that up, in fact. So if you guys don't know what I'm talking about when I refer to that, we have that in our system as well, because we want to let you guys know exactly what's going on here in this situation. things here so active and so dangerous. Let me go over to the graphics. Here, let me go ahead and pop this one up. As we pull that up now on the wall, you can see, I know we had a situation close to where I'm at, very close to where I'm at. We had an EF1 tornado kind of emerging, a severe thunderstorm, but we're talking about much more dangerous, much more potentially deadly tornadoes as we look ahead there toward areas in the heartland and look at them right now even. We're talking about tornadoes here with that moderate damage in a few cases, but in more cases, we're talking about considerable to severe, maybe even devastating damage here, folks. So we really need to be cognizant of what's going on there in the heartland. Very serious situation on our hands. We're going to take a quick break in the coverage. I think we'll be back here at 8:30 Central Time with the latest information here, folks. As things do continue to come on out of this area, not a good look to the radar. Let's see what the latest information is. Tornado emergency now for Tiptonville in Tennessee. Weather Service in Memphis issuing that. So not a good thing, not a good thing for them. Let's see if they have a time on that for them around 8:30 Central. Ridgely around 8:25. So gotta be careful. But Tiptonville seems to be the most in danger from a direct hit. But even some of those Ridgely addresses there could be impacted as well. So gonna take a quick break here for about 10 minutes. In this situation, I think. I hate doing that during a tornado emergency. That's why I'm hesitating a little. But I do need to catch my breath and gather more details. The debris signature has weakened a little. It may be a measure of what it's gone over. Maybe some waterways here over the last little bit. So not as much debris being able to be picked up. But not a good look here toward Tiptonville. Please, if you're in Tiptonville, take your tornado precautions. This is a potentially life-threatening weather situation for Tiptonville, Tennessee. Please get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We'll be back in about 10 minutes unless we have some more breaking information on this. Please, please take shelter. Tiptonville, Tennessee, as we watch about 10 other, we just got another update, another warning coming in. Looks like 11 other tornado warnings on the board right now besides this one because as I do the math, we have 12 of them. So 11 other tornado warnings in the country. We're going to keep you monitored here and we're going to keep you updated on the situation. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour, continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. I think I'm going to go ahead and switch on over to our other mode of our Doppler radar right now as we continue to watch the situation ongoing here. You see Hayti, last few minutes, the storm near that, now moving off more toward the north here as we look at the Paducah radar now, kind of switching that. I know we have a dangerous situation here on our hands for sure. Continuing to monitor a tornado emergency situation here as we get closer toward Tiptonville there in Tennessee. So we need folks to take their tornado precautions immediately here. Just go ahead and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as this is potentially a matter of life and death, unfortunately. I hate saying that again and again, but these situations, based on the radar trends, indicate that, and we have to treat them as such here. With our tone, with our coverage of the scenario. So near Tiptonville, Tennessee right now, a dangerous situation here on our hands right now. Let me go ahead and go back on over now. I'll put myself back on the camera here, continuing to watch things here around Tiptonville. You can see here that blue, that red. Let's pull up debris tracker. You can see debris there right around Tiptonville. Again, a very dangerous situation here on our hands in Tiptonville, Tennessee. Again, a tornado on the ground, a tornado emergency here, folks. Does continue for Tiptonville there. Tornado warnings continue. I know Pemmican, Dyer, Obion Lake. But really we're watching more in toward Dyer Lake and Obion here at this point, based on this moving out of Missouri in that Boothoo area. But I know it has caused a trail of destruction going back to Arkansas and then in toward southeastern Missouri here as well. So gotta really be cognizant of what's going on again around Tiptonville. You can see here what's happening. Again, that blue area there on the radar indicates tornado debris. I'm going to go ahead and move my desk up just a little bit here as we continue our coverage. We have so many other confirmed tornadoes, so we got to go to those. I know I'm spending so much time on this one. We have other viewers from other places with least interest in other places here. So let's go ahead and pop up all these alerts. So we have this one tornado emergency here toward Pemmican, Dyer Lake, and Obion. And then we're talking more about Tiptonville with that threat. Then a new tornado warning here going for Fulton, Hickman, and Mississippi counties until 9:30 Central, a PDS situation as this kind of extends over there. We have another tornado warning there as we get down toward the south. This is for Obion and Lake, a PDS situation there. And then we'll go down the list here. Let's see, where should we take you? Because we have these kind of in a time ending order. Let me go ahead and start at the bottom here. So we'll go the ones that expire first. This goes to 8:45 Central for Mason City, Illinois. Confirmed tornado there. I know we have 9 different warnings with tornadoes on the ground, some of them the same storm, but nonetheless, a dangerous situation. And we're going to go ahead and look now toward Douglas and Ozark counties, where we had a history of tornadic activity there reaching the surface. Right now, radar indicated tornado warning extended off toward the east here. This goes for Wright, Douglas, and Texas counties here in Missouri. Then we have a tornado warning that was working from tornado toward Jackson and Woodruff counties. This now extending more off toward the east toward, it looks like, Poinsett and Cross counties here, folks. Jonesboro, confirmed tornado now moving toward you guys. Highly populated area, Arkansas State University. Gotta take those tornado precautions around there. Dangerous situation in toward that region. I know toward St. Louis, we have more tornado situations evolving here. Northeast of St. Louis. Again, seeing things develop here. Dangerous, dangerous night indeed, as we are tracking things here northeast of St. Louis. And then we have Craighead and Green we were talking about already for Jonesboro. But let me just emphasize this area again, because this could be a little more dangerous here as we talk about the highly populated area in play. So let me go ahead now and pop on up our mode here. We're going to go ahead and go to the Memphis radar. The Memphis radar here, folks, to see what we have. We'll go ahead and switch on over here, and you'll be able to see what's going on. You see that circulation here west of Jonesboro. You can see what's happening right now. We're going to go ahead and put our debris tracker on here and show you exactly the situation. And it's not really popping up right now, which is good news. So maybe that tornado's lifted here since it's not co-located at this point. That'd be great news, obviously, but we're going to keep on watching and keep on tracking here as the night goes on. We're going to zoom back out. You can see several radar indicated tornado warnings as we get here toward areas of, it looks like, western Kentucky and even toward central Kentucky here. Radar indicated tornado warning toward Creston, Caldwell, Trigg, and Hopkins. And then we also have another area here as we get toward, it looks like, Muhlenberg County. Another possible tornado here toward Ohio County and Kentucky, ironically, and then another one that clips parts of Ohio County there in Kentucky. So there's so many tornado scenarios evolving in different neighborhoods across our country, across our heartland right now. We've had that situation toward Tiptonville in Tennessee. Let's go back to that. We'll go ahead and go back on over toward our debris tracker right now, toward Tiptonville. You can see here yellow, 78-mile-an-hour winds, blues. I mean, we still could have winds in excess of 100 there in consultation with the two colors. Definitely could have winds in excess of 100 miles an hour here east of Tiptonville, or on the east side of Tiptonville, even here in Tennessee. So a very dangerous situation here, folks. Again, so many warnings. It looks like 16 tornado warnings here on the board at this moment. I mean, we have to go back a long time to have this many warnings concurrent like this. Very active. It reminds me of some big days in the past in terms of tornadic activity and tornado injuries and fatalities. So we really got to be careful. Got to have that way to get alerts or multiple ways to get alerts in your specific area, because I know in this situation, from a national perspective and even on that local level, it's kind of hard to cover every threat area, and some of them will just kind of get passed over, and that could be the one that impacts you and impacts your life for a long time to come. So we need to be really careful here. We need to be really monitoring this situation because we have so many different areas here of tornadic potential. Let's go ahead and pop up. I haven't done this here, I don't think, tonight. We do this a lot of times, but we haven't really had much time for some of our meteorological analysis because we've just had so many warnings we've had to get out to you guys. But that is not good. Our tornado parameters over 6 here, folks. Significant tornado parameters indicative there of how dangerous things could be in terms of those atmospheric conditions. You really see that around Memphis here. That's not good, obviously. And you mix that with our energy, that's sufficient enough to produce strong to violent tornadoes. All of that added together, some other parameters here in play as well that are coming together for a very dangerous night here across the heartland and across the central part of this country. So let me go ahead and run down all of these. I know this is going to be kind of hard to do. I don't want to go and zoom in this time. I just want to make sure we go through every county. Some of these might be expiring, or you might already be kind of cleared out, but the latest tornado warnings, we're going to go over every single one of these if we can here. So we've had a tornado emergency situation toward Lake and Obion in Tennessee. Tornado on the ground there, potentially around Fulton, Hickman, and Mississippi counties there toward Kentucky, Missouri, that zone there. Toward Bond and Madison and Illinois. We've already talked about Lake and Obion. That's another warning that was issued now. Muhlenberg in Kentucky, Craighead and Greene in Arkansas, Jersey, McCupin, Madison, St. Charles, St. Louis, and St. Louis City. That's been a confirmed tornado warning up there. Looks like Jackson and Woodruff in Arkansas, Douglas and Ozark in Missouri. That's out further to the west. And these are going to be regular tornado warnings, but still very dangerous. Ohio County in Kentucky, McLean and Woodford County in Illinois, McCupin and Madison toward Illinois, Logan and Tazewell as well, ironically saying it like that, but Caldwell, Creston, Hopkins, and Trigg, Douglas, Texas, and Wright. Crossing, Poinsett, Tazewell, and Ohio. I mean, this is a crazy number of tornado warnings. We're talking about maybe a historic tornado outbreak that's upon us, folks, with just so many dangerous, life-threatening situations occurring here at once. We have so many, but the worst has been around earlier Hayti there in Missouri, but now around Tiptonville there in parts of Tennessee. The latest updates here still coming in. I know we're going to have so many bad reports coming out of this area. I think this tornado emergency here looks like the latest update is actually maybe Let me double check this. Yeah, it looks like they've actually dropped the tornado emergency. It's still showing up on our screen, but still a PDS situation. So we're going to wrap the coverage till the top of the hour unless we get more information in. But that means if another storm prompts a tornado emergency, we'll break in watching that area near Jonesboro. But that looks more of a linear formation, so that'd be some good news at least. But we have 18, I guess, if I do the math right, tornado warnings now on the board. This is just crazy stuff we're talking about, folks. As I put our winter mode on, you can see the snow back there toward Minneapolis. A lot of snow. So, and just how powerful of a system this is. You see our low pressure there toward the north as well. So many parameters coming together for potentially a historic tornado outbreak here, folks. We have now, it looks like 17 tornado warnings on the board here as we're continuing to watch things. I mean, I can't really look away from my screen even because we have just so much action ongoing here, folks. Again, still watching, still tracking. I'll be back at the top of the hour unless we get more information in. Very bad night for the heartland of this country in terms of tornadic activity. Trying to gather more details here. Tornado watches all over the place. Those go well into the night. Make sure you have multiple ways to get those severe weather alerts for your neighborhood. It's sometimes going to be too hard to focus on these polygons for long because there's so many threats ongoing. It's about your local neighborhood, your local interests, protecting those here tonight because this is a very dangerous, dangerous night ahead. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, continuing our tornado outbreak coverage as we're getting devastating reports coming in there out of Monette, Arkansas. There, a nursing home, just devastating damage. Unfortunately, a tragic situation. We're getting some unverified, as of this moment at least, reports of some fatalities coming on in there from this damage. So we really need to be monitoring things, taking things seriously, because it's based on some of the damage, based on some of the debris signatures, based on some of the radar images. December 10th here, 2021. December 10th, 2021 will live in infamy for some folks here as we're looking toward these areas. As we have now 11, make it 10 tornado warnings here in play right now. A little less, but that storm that we've been watching all the way since Arkansas now there toward western Kentucky, and it has kind of showed some nasty signs there of tornadic development, maybe increasing once again here. They're now calling it a particularly, well, that was a little while ago, but they just didn't want to let everybody's guard down, but they're still calling this a particularly dangerous situation here toward Hickman County there, as well as it looks like they go ahead and click on this Fulton and Mississippi there in Missouri, but really we're watching areas toward the east now with this in Kentucky as we continue to watch things there around Casey and Kentucky, the community of Casey there, not far from Moscow as well, as we look at debris signatures. Yeah, that's just pulsed back up. So even though that PDS information was old, it was to err on the side of caution, and things have now really spun back up there. Tornado situation that's severe, maybe about to have another tornado emergency here. This is a terrible looking debris signature near Casey, Kentucky, folks. All the parameters coming in and play here. As we're getting there right around, it looks like State Road 94 and also State Road, it looks like 239. So gotta really be in shelter. Even our reader now picking that up, that debris up there on Casey, Kentucky. So a very dangerous situation on our hands there. This is a situation that could turn into another tornado emergency. We could be talking about a town devastating tornado around Casey, Kentucky here, folks. You can see this really bad debris sewing on up here as we go up in tilt. We're going to look here, look up really high, and you can even see that debris sewing up over 11,000 feet. So this is a strong to violent tornado we're talking about in Kentucky, in western Kentucky. We got to really be on guard. As we go back on over to the overview now, you'll see what's happening. We have, it looks like 8 tornado warnings, so a little less, but still very serious situation. I mean, that's about half of what we had earlier, but you can have 1 tornado warning sometimes, and it could be a deadly tornado that's on the ground. That's happened before here in this country, in this part of the country even. So, tornado warning right now west of St. Louis. At least we can kind of keep tabs on these a little bit better for you. This is a radar indicated tornado with rotation within a line segment here. Franklin, Warren, and Gasconade counties here in Missouri. That goes until it looks like about so we take the time here, 9:15 Central. We're also going to look on over here in Ward, Illinois. We have 3 tornado warnings here. Not far from Carlinville. We're talking about Madison, Fayette, and Macoupin, as well as Montgomery. We have another tornado warning for Bond, Fayette, and Montgomery, and a 3rd tornado warning for Bond, Fayette. And it looks like Montgomery there as well. So I know it's kind of hard to click on some of these sometimes. Actually, that might be a different polygon. That's just for Bond, but you get the idea here. A lot of them kind of clustered together. Looks like some tornado reports here near Madisonville, Kentucky. Power flashes coming in a little while ago. That's maybe from another storm, it looks like here. Yeah, that'd be from another storm, I suppose, as we're looking toward that area. A storm that's just passed them on off to the north and east. So another storm coming in that same area that may have been hit by a tornado. We have a tornado on the ground here as we get toward it looks like Harrisburg in Arkansas. It's not far from Jonesboro. Headed toward Truman, Arkansas as well. So a dangerous situation. Several tornado warnings. We covered that area, covered the area in western Kentucky and further east parts of western Kentucky to central Kentucky and in Illinois. The tornado activity west of St. Louis as well, still ongoing. Things have been pretty calm around Cape Girardeau so far. They've gotten lucky. But we'll still have to watch. The parameters still there. And we're going to keep on watching the situation here in the Weather Center. We're at 9:05 Central Time right now. Let me go ahead and check on this Hickman County situation, see if we have an update from the Weather Office. They're calling this a PDS warning. No tornado emergency yet, but doesn't matter. I mean, this is a really bad scenario here with that debris ball showing up on the Doppler radar northeast of Casey now, in parts of Kentucky. Crutchfield, you see here, Clinton in this warning as well. Debris signature as we look here. Low down is even just so strong that the color table can't even keep up with it, really. That's how bad and dense that debris is, unfortunately. So, really bad situation in Hickman County, Kentucky. Maybe a deadly tornado there. We're watching everything here in the chat room for you. Let's see where that debris signature spun back up again, because it may have not been on the ground for a little while there. We're going to go to our looping mode here, the Doppler. We're going to go over to radar scope and try to give you guys a vantage point on this right now. We'll show you what's happening here in this area. You'll kind of get an idea of what's going on here in this situation. You can see this the last few frames, really, that debris signature become apparent up here to the north, right in there, really quickly becoming apparent there in parts of Kentucky. A potentially matter of life and death even, I think, as we're seeing Fulton and Hickman there under this tornado warning, this PDS tornado warning here right now. So serious of a situation we're dealing with. You can see here as we go back on over toward this, our debris tracker, as we just got the latest update in. You can see that debris here. I'll kind of start tracing it for you here once it comes back around. You can kind of see here. Let's try that one more time. We'll let it come around again on us. You can kind of see here that area in here trying to get going now. You see it as we look on off toward the north. So again, gonna continue to watch things, maybe weakening a little bit in that latest frame. So again, gonna go ahead and put back on the other mode here of the Doppler. Let me pause this one as I'm back on camera now, tracking this potentially life-threatening weather situation. A new tornado warning toward Mayfield. Now this kind of moves in that direction. Marshall and Graves counties in western Kentucky, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Casey or near Clinton, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Talking about Mayfield, which got hit by a dangerous tornado going back a few years there. This could be near you guys around 9:30 Central Time, Benton around 9:45 here in western Kentucky, in the heartland of our country here of America. We're going to go ahead and go back on over to debris detection here, folks. And say that to you once again here on our other mode. You can see here what we're talking about. Again, there's your tornado on the ground right in there, that X telling that story as we go back on over now. That is a well-organized situation. I mean, we've dealt with this storm here for well over 100 miles here, on and off, mainly on the ground, and that's our latest scan. That's just terrible, folks. This is debris. As we kind of move up to the north just a little, this is what you see in a meteorology textbook, folks, right there. I'll kind of box that in for you, right in there. That's what you see in a meteorology textbook. That's a debris signature showing up within the radar echoes, within the radar scans. I mean, we've already had fatalities potentially out toward Arkansas, and we could have more injuries, more fatalities even downstream. So you got to be taking this situation seriously, folks. We're looking near Clinton, Kentucky. This could be a candidate for a tornado emergency if things continue ramping up this way. So we're going to take a break right now, though. Gather more details. If we get a tornado emergency, we'll be back here on the air with this. Otherwise, we'll be back by about 9:30 Central Time. And let me go ahead and reset one more time here before we take this break. Let me go ahead and come back on camera. I will show you here that we currently have 9 tornado warnings in the country. 2 of them for this storm right here in Hickman County, Kentucky. We're watching that terrible debris signature right there with the gate-to-gate coming together. Mayfield could be in the path, and that's a pretty highly populated area there in western Kentucky. As we go ahead now and go back on over to the broader view, we'll go ahead and go back on over now toward the broad view here as we have tornado warnings in northeast Arkansas as well. Not far from Jonesboro, but some of it to the south. We're getting the worst of this. We're getting that area in western Kentucky. Then we move over here toward what you could call northwestern or south central Kentucky here with this area. We're going over an area that might have already been hit by a tornado. West of St. Louis, we have a tornado warning cluster there of areas of rotation potentially. And then we have toward Illinois here a cluster of tornado warnings, damaging tornadoes there being reported over the last little bit. So we got to be really careful in this situation. We're going to go ahead and zoom back out Let me go back to the outbreak viewpoint again. We'll go ahead and wrap until 9:30, unless we get a tornado emergency, which will bring you here immediately. Stay tuned, everybody. Stay safe out there. Very dangerous night. Make sure your friends and family know about this threat. If they're not watching the coverage of the situation, watch me or even watch their local stations, as they'll give you hyper local information to protect you, your friends, and your family. Back here in the Weather Center, folks, tornado emergency from Mayfield. I know we were talking about them earlier, and tornado just going over there. That tornado emergency just being issued in the last few moments here, unfortunately. Hoping people are taken and have taken shelter, because that tornado probably has just been going over the northeast parts of town at this point. As we are tracking things here around Mayfield, extreme debris showing up around Mayfield, Kentucky. Again, trying to give you guys a heads up here a little bit earlier on. Catastrophic tornado there around Mayfield, folks. You can just see it within our debris detection. A matter of life and death here around Mayfield, Kentucky does continue. You can see that terrible debris ball showing up within the radar algorithms. Just so terrible there in Graves County, Kentucky. Catastrophic tornado in that area. It seemed like it may have really gone maybe a little more to the north there in the last couple scans. Unfortunately, you can kind of see how maybe heading east and then kind of goes right into town here quickly, kind of accelerates right into town and through Mayfield, causing potentially maximum damage there around Mayfield, Kentucky. Again, we give you that warning in our last update. We've been warning you on Twitter as well, but catastrophic tornado around Mayfield, Kentucky right now, folks. Just terrible what we're seeing within our radar algorithms. You can see here the black showing up here within our radar. That's actually the debris being seen within the radar. It's hidden it and showing just how bad things are there around Mayfield. Just a terrible scenario has been ongoing there in Graves County. It's debris getting caught up because there's so much of it within maybe just the inflow as well here in this situation. Just a terrible event. And we've seen, honestly, that debris signature's already moved out of the tornado emergency polygon. An interesting polygon, the way they drew that up there quick and for a short period. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and continue to watch. We gave you that warning. Weather Service has been given that warning here, nonetheless, here as we look toward western Kentucky. So let me go ahead and show you guys another viewpoint. We're going to go ahead and zoom back on in. It looks like we're at a tornado warning right now. We have a few of them toward the Blytheville area. I know we had a report of a tornado there with multiple buildings damaged in Truman, Arkansas. But the catastrophic tornado right around Mayfield, I mean, this radar is running behind even. We already showed you that rotation was passing through town there in Mayfield, Kentucky. Just so terrible. As we go back on over to the live radar now. Seeing that, I can give you the heads up earlier, and then tornado emergency spun right about at 9:26 there just a few minutes ago. But that tornado's already gone through town. May still be in the northeast part of town, but just a terrible event there indeed around Mayfield, Kentucky. Now moving toward Oak Level, toward it looks like Brinsburg, Benton here over the next little bit. As this is that same storm we're watching in northeast Arkansas that caused all the destruction there toward that nursing home area that we were talking about. Just devastating damage there in northeastern Arkansas. Heat tide being hit that general area as well. This is what you see in a meteorology textbook, folks. I mean, that tells a story about how bad things are as we're looking. I mean, this is just awful. I mean, awful. Just terrible. I mean, look at that. I mean, how that comes together even a little bit further. You can kind of see it was a little bit more disorganized, but I mean, just look at that. That is just horrible. I mean, that's the debris, folks. Devastating tornado hitting Mayfield, Kentucky. No doubt we're going to have some injury reports coming out of this area as well. Just so tragic, so devastating. Been talking about this threat. We talked about it yesterday where we might have some EF3, EF4 type tornadoes, and that threat has come to fruition. I mean, it's not out of the question. We might even got an EF5 somewhere in here with the damage that we're seeing and with the radar echoes we've seen. The numbers are so high there within the rotational velocities, folks. I mean, I feel like we're in a meteorology textbook with this event right now. As Benton, Kentucky, you can't wait. You got to take shelter. You got to take those tornado precautions. Again, this is so dangerous, folks. You can just see what's happening within our radar scans. You can see the debris there in here. We have other warnings, but those still significant, not as significant as this. So we'll go back on over now. I'm going to look at my side monitor. Again, we're watching Mayfield, but let's go back to the outbreak view. We're going to go back to the outbreak view now if we can. We're going to see what's happening. We have a tornado warning, the emergency for Graves County, Kentucky. Tornado warning in Shelby County, Illinois, Graves and Marshall. We've seen stuff as well. Craighead and Poinsett. Craighead, Mississippi, Poinsett, Lauderdale, Ohio, Craighead, Mississippi, Poinsett, Dunklin, Pemiscottis. We had some other ones in there, McLean and Muhlenberg as well. So dangerous, dangerous, terrible night. I mean, it's horrible what we just saw around Mayfield. I mean, we were talking about that earlier, but that might be one of those tornadoes we talk about for a lifetime as we talk about western Kentucky down through southeast Missouri there and northeastern Arkansas and even northwest Tennessee as well. Four type state tornado, folks. Four type state tornado. So not good. Not good what we're talking about here, folks. As we go back on over to other mode, this tornado emergency has been expired because I moved out of that, but I get another one for Benton in Kentucky, Benton toward, it looks like Marshall County there. So, again, I gotta be taking this situation very seriously. Oh boy, I mean, look at these colors. This is wind of 88 one way, we're talking about 70 the other way. Talking about wind there close to about 175 miles an hour, possibly, reaching the surface according to the radar scan, and that debris. That inflow just is so organized. This is just a terrible night for our country, for the weather enterprise. Really, just seeing so many bad things happen here with these debris signatures, with these tornadoes touching down. But doing the best we can here to keep you and your family safe. Just seeing how things are running here. As we zoom on out, you can see we're going to go ahead and look here down to 6, which is better. But when one of them is a catastrophic type tornado, you can't be happy. This is such a serious situation, folks, and we have so many tornado watches on the board. We have to go ahead and zoom on out. We're talking about, let's see, I mean, we looks like 6 tornado watches, one even northeast Mississippi, but then we'll kind of run these down. One for parts of Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Mississippi, Tennessee, to about midnight central for Illinois, Missouri, parts of that area. Also, midnight central for parts of Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Midnight central for parts of Arkansas, and then getting about 3 a.m. Here, if I'm doing the math right. We have to run these through the Z times, so it gets a little complicated sometimes. Let's look at the time change, but let's see. Let me make sure I'm running these down right. I guess we're seeing 11 o'clock Central Time, so let me double check those. I know sometimes when we have severe weather breaks for a while, it kind of make this mistake. So it's 11 o'clock Central, but really, threat's going to continue here as we're looking at this. 11 o'clock Central on these with 5Z, and then we're talking about 2 o'clock Central with the 8Z. But you get the idea here, folks. A dangerous night indeed, as we have so many areas of concern, of potential devastation. We got to watch Benton. If we get another tornado emergency, we'll break in here for that. But please take shelter. Don't wait for them to issue a tornado emergency. Take shelter in Oak Level, Benton, Brinsburg there. You got to take your tornado precautions. Even in Sharp, this is a storm you can't mess around with. It has already killed people tonight, and you got to take it seriously. You got to take it very seriously, as this could be a matter of life and death here, folks. Please take shelter. This is so serious toward eastern Graves and now moving into more Marshall County, Kentucky. Stay tuned for the latest. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here. Another tornado emergency now being issued toward Benton, Kentucky. We're getting just terrible indications from Mayfield of catastrophic damage there toward that region in Graves County, and now a situation toward Marshall County looks so serious. This is a terrible debris ball still showing up, moving right toward Benton, Kentucky. Tornado emergency. More catastrophic damage is anticipated here as we look. Just so nasty. I mean, we're talking about yellow there, winds 98 one way, 50, 60 the other way. We're talking about winds about 150 miles an hour, folks. Moving toward Benton, maybe higher than that even. Just again, you gotta be in shelter. I mean, underground if you can. A basement is so imperative to take this situation so seriously. Already seen so many consequences from the same storm, as this is now being labeled a quad state tornado. I know we had a tri-state tornado in history, and now unfortunately, I mean, the damage may indicate this really being something that's studied for years to come as the quad state tornado of 2021, and we're watching this head right toward Benton. This has been on the ground on and off, mainly on for hours, and we need folks to take shelter here around Benton, Kentucky. Another situation where it's a matter of life and death, folks. The latest scan, I mean, we're seeing numbers here that are sobering. I mean, winds in excess of 150. I'm not hyping this up here, folks. This is a catastrophic threat. And one thing that looks a little promising, not much, but a little bit, is might be missing the downtown area by just a bit to the north. But, folks, north of downtown, there's buildings there that are being hit. But some of the worst of this might be passing just north. Granted, you can't let your guard down. You gotta take shelter because this could kind of make an east turn on us here. But that would be a bit of good news. But it's been such a sobering night. We've had fatalities, more fatalities still possible, folks. Just it's terrible to even have to talk like that with a certainty. But that's what we've seen here, based on the information coming in and the radar echoes and the debris signatures. Just a historic, catastrophic night on our hands, a Friday night that'll live in infamy here in the weather community as we look here toward Marshall County, Kentucky. A tornado emergency still. We're talking about that debris signature so bad right there. I mean, there are some buildings, there are some people that live here. It's missing the worst, or the biggest of the population center, the worst consequence with this particular town, I think. But we still can't let our guard down in Benton. Parts of those addresses that'll be impacted would be in Benton. So we gotta be in shelter there around Benton still here in Kentucky. We're gonna keep watching this. Tornado emergency continues. We're talking about it's so bad of rotation. I think we're gonna take a break here until the top of the hour unless we get more information in. I might give it one more frame on the radar here, but I just wanted to jump on real quick with that. As you see, our tornado watch is just got to be aware. Watch those local stations. I know KFBS there in Cape Girardeau has been doing a great job. I mean, all the stations in the country do a great job. I interned at KFBS. The reason I'm pointing that out there back in 2015. But again, everybody's doing a great job. If you're watching this here from a local level, tune to those local affiliates because those folks will give you even more advance notice. I mean, when we're talking about local weather here, I want people to watch me, of course, in North Florida, South Georgia. If you're watching from far, definitely you can stick with me here. I'll give you the latest here from that broad perspective. But when you're watching things from that local level, it's important to tune to the local affiliates that cover a smaller subset of counties because they'll be able to tell you minute by minute information here on how it affects your life. So we need to go ahead and get back in here real quick toward this area. Radar's behind again because it's moving so fast. But I mean, it's already north there. It's about to be crossing. If it's not already crossing US 641 right now. US 641 here. It looks like to the south of. It looks like Brinsburg there. So we're going to continue to watch this. You can see that terrible debris signature could end up moving into toward Brinsburg if we're not careful, folks. I mean, it's going to be a close call. Gotta be in shelter in Brinsburg, Kentucky. Gotta be in shelter. Dangerous night ahead. Dangerous situation. We're continuing to watch things. I know down to the south, a cafe and fire department were damaged in Casey, Kentucky. Another tornado area there down toward Blytheville. Already getting hit in that general vicinity, at least, as things so dangerous. We're going to take a break, I think, right now. But got to be in shelter there around Brinsburg, Kentucky. As we broaden that view out, we have 8 tornado warnings right now. One with that emergency from Marshall County, Kentucky. on the ground toward Livingston, Lyon, and Marshall in that general vicinity with the same storm. Shelby County, Illinois. We have Macoupin, Madison, St. Charles, St. Louis under a warning. Let me check that out. It's radar indicated, but the worst on the north side of town. It's in the lines. It'll be a weaker tornado, but still impactful. And that's why I say watch the local affiliates, because I'm spending 30 seconds or less on something like that. They'll be diving into that in your local area. It's just one of those nights we have so many different areas being impacted with different levels of intensity and potential damage. As we look toward Harrison, Breckenridge, Hardin, and Meade counties there, toward Indiana, Mississippi, Lauderdale, toward Arkansas, Ohio County, toward Kentucky there, Mississippi, Duckland, and Pemiscot. We saw that area there as well toward the Boot Hill that we are tracking at this moment. Let me see what we have again. You see this area here. I mean, I'll take the radar back. I can't go back all the way. I mean, I can go back 4 hours, but 4 hours ago, this is the same storm, I believe. Well, we'll watch this real quick before we take it back to the top of the hour. But I just want to kind of say you, okay, so I got a tornado warning 4 hours ago. I mean, that is incredibly insane. As we look here, we'll just kind of watch. Let me take the radar off because it's not going to switch the frames good. But I believe we're talking about the same storm here. Using this information on the fly, we're just kind of going and going and going. That's definitely the same storm, folks. So we'll just go ahead. I could go frame by frame, but that'll take a while. So let's just pop this up now. We're talking about a 182-mile path, give or take. So again, this is just a historic night, folks, all the way from this red area. We started getting that rotation, at least maybe not on the ground at that point, but near this is just Searcy in Arkansas, all the way now northeast of Mayfield in Kentucky toward Benton, as we've talked about here in Kentucky. It's a tragic night, no doubt. Going to have more reports of fatalities coming in, already the catastrophic damage toward that nursing home as well. Again, we're not hitting things up, folks. This is the reality, unfortunately, that many folks are having to deal with tonight with this catastrophic threat that we've seen develop across parts of the middle of the country. Stay tuned. We'll be back in about 7 minutes with more information. Back here in the weather center at the top of the hour, again, a sobering tornadic situation extending there from northeast Arkansas to the western parts of Tennessee, including southeastern Missouri in there before getting in toward parts of western Kentucky with a catastrophic tornado, it seems, having tracked there for hundreds of miles here potentially. So we've been talking about Mayfield, talking about Benton there in Kentucky. The tornado emergency has dropped. Has seen that away from the populated area, but now we still got to watch toward areas there, even off toward the east, southeast of Calvert City. We'll have to be watching that area the next little bit. We have Blytheville here, northeastern Arkansas, watching things carefully. An area here northeast of St. Louis, an area south of Champaign there. A few counties or a few, I guess you could say, miles, if not several miles, there south of the University of Illinois. We're talking, in fact, about 35 miles there, trying to get and use the right wording, but you get the idea. It's been a very long night, and that long night continues here. Got some severe thunderstorm mornings here, one now near Allenton in Missouri. We're going to continue to watch some action toward Farmington here as well, but it's not severe at the moment. We'll continue to watch that as we see another tornado warning popping up north of Memphis. So again, continuing to watch things very carefully here in the Weather Center. We're going to keep monitoring things. Right now, we are at 8 tornado warnings, Coles, Douglas, Moultrie counties there toward Illinois. I was writing this out a little more even for you guys, so you get all these tornado warnings in there. Livingston, Marshall, and Lyon toward Mississippi, Dyer, Haywood, and Lauderdale. Will and Lake, that's toward the Chicago Metro. Coles, Douglas, Moultrie, and some of these kind of repeat themselves based on the type of warning, tornado warning they are, but just know if you're around these areas, be advised. There's just so many, it's hard to break them all down, so we want to run them down for you. See here, maybe a familiar county and take those tornado precautions. Mississippi, Penobscot, Dyer, Lakin, Obion, Macoupin, and Madison, Mississippi, and Lauderdale here as well. So again, going to keep watching things. There's terrible reports coming out. Mayfield, major damage being reported, but no further details at this time. I would be really surprised if we didn't have injuries, if not even fatalities there, based on what we saw on the radar. It's rare you can see something like that. So looking at the radar, but things that look so terrible for Mayfield, Kentucky. There it is hit a few years ago, but this tornado may have been even stronger based on what we've seen within the radar echoes. As we look down toward Blytheville here, toward Dyersburg, some radar indicated tornado rotations as well in that zone. Let's go back over to our high-res radar here. As I've given you the overview, but the high-res radar still shows that debris signature. I mean, this is horrific. Now moving in toward Lyon County, Kentucky, more rural areas, but you never know. People could be out there on a Friday night. I got to be careful here. We're looking not far from Grand Rivers here in Lyon County. A large and extremely dangerous tornado in this area, particularly dangerous situation. I'll make sure I move the map over so you guys see what we're talking about here. Again, you see that blue, you see that red and yellow, just another serious scenario evolving out of the same storm that started about 4 hours ago in Arkansas. I mean, that's how long we've been doing it. The tornado pretty much on the ground the whole time. So that just tells you the story about how significant things are here, folks. That debris signature, the latest update, you see that pretty well, still not letting go. Eventually, Princeton could be in the path, not under tornado warning yet, but toward Caldwell County. We got to be watching that area here as we are looking into parts of Kentucky. So we're just continuing to watch things here. Let me take that back off. You can see here, there's Princeton, maybe eventually could be closer, if not in the path of this confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that continues to wreak havoc here, folks. We're talking about a situation, I mean, it's not on the ground maybe for 4 hours, but at least about 3 hours. I know when we started the coverage, we're starting to get indications of it being on the ground, and that's what we really kind of saw to prompt our coverage. And the storm just keeps on going here, folks. Not good news at all. A historic storm to, unfortunately, always remember here as we look toward western Kentucky now, but it already tracked through parts of Missouri and Tennessee and Arkansas. They're a quad-state tornado here on this December 10th, 2021. Again, we have other tornado warnings in play as well. Let's look at that one that's Chicago Metro. We'll go into high res. There's actually a couple now, but you see one not far from Valparaiso. That's a meteorology school there. You can see some weaker rod rotation. Still got to take shelter, though. You see an area near Fair Oaks here in, it looks like Indiana. seeing that translate, of course, with Valpo in Indiana. And then we'll go ahead now and see what else we have on tap. Let's go to Macoupin and Madison. That's east of St. Louis. That's near Edwardsville. Broad weak rotation there, so that's good. But still, again, take heed. You never know what can happen. We're still just watching things. See, that didn't look good on one of my modes. Let me see. Let's go to the good radar coverage out here. I know it's been discussed before, but Reynolds County, I've been seeing a rotation develop there near Ellington, so something to watch there in the heartland. So we'll keep our eyes on that in southeastern Missouri over the next little bit. But several warnings in play. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour unless something breaks like a tornado emergency. So stick with me. Stay tuned. Sober night here across parts of our country with so many tornadoes on the ground causing major destruction and devastation from Arkansas with that one storm all the way through southeast Missouri, western Kentucky now, but western Tennessee a little while ago. Stay tuned for the latest information. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. Another tornado emergency now for Princeton, Kentucky. I know I had the Paducah radar up a moment ago and it was running behind there. Unfortunately, it looks like there's some communications issues at the NWS in Paducah. They're having issued these warnings, I believe, out of Springfield, Illinois now. But this is a catastrophic threat now toward Princeton, Kentucky. We're talking about a devastating tornado moving in right now. The radar is even a little behind from Fort Campbell, so this is moving right into Princeton right now. This is a matter of life and death toward Princeton, Kentucky as well here, folks. I mean, you can see that yellow showing up 92-mile-an-hour winds one way, 80 the other way. We're talking about winds 150, 175 miles an hour moving toward Princeton, Kentucky. I mean, I don't like to throw the numbers around lightly here, folks. We could be talking about just extreme wind moving toward Princeton, Kentucky right now. A matter of life and death here. We got to get folks inside, maybe a basement even would be the best place to go, because we're hearing about homes just being completely wiped off their foundation. Just so sober and so tragic here tonight. This radar is still about 7-8 minutes behind, so I suspect this is right over Princeton right about now here in toward Kentucky. I know there are some radar issues here with Paducah communication. So just know this is going to go until about 11:30 Eastern, which is 10:30 Central here. This tornado emergency for Princeton, Kentucky. Again, that debris ball here from a few frames ago off toward the west. Let me step over here, kind of point that out to you guys right in here. We're talking about that debris signature and then that tornado right in here in general. So not a good situation here at all, folks. Just got to be in that tornado safe place, getting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let me see if we have a better look at this on a different radar, because that's really getting behind now on a situation like this. I mean, we're 10 minutes behind here, folks, so that might not be communicating either. Let me check the radar in Evansville, Indiana, because that might be a, well, let's see. I think that radar is having issues here as well. It may just be we're not getting as good of scans. Okay, Louisville radar, let's try that. Yeah, that radar gives us a better look, so that's maybe controlled by a different office there. Yeah, that tornado is right around Princeton, Kentucky, maybe just passing through it right now here, folks. Princeton, Kentucky, I mean, the tornado is probably, I mean, this could be displaced a little. We're looking way high up, but it's somewhere in there. Just a bad situation altogether there around Princeton. Tornado on the ground right now in Kentucky. I hate seeing the radars from behind like that, because if people are using a radar app, I mean, we're in a situation here where they're seeing something and they think they're safe and they're not. I mean, we've had multiple radar issues here over the last few minutes, but catastrophic threat around Princeton, Kentucky. We gave you that heads up on our 10 o'clock cut-in here about this headed in toward that general direction. Now let's give you guys a heads up in Dawson Springs and Arlington, or Arlington there, I believe is how you pronounce it. Even Madisonville later on, folks. Got to be prepared because of our issues, communication issues, things like that. As you can see here, what we're getting at on the radar. This is still from 11:14, which is 10:14. So let me go ahead and go back on over now. We're going to go to the Evansville radar. Let's switch over to Evansville. From this, I know that's not giving us a good look either, but this is what it looked like a few minutes ago. And now let's go to Louisville. Let's go to Louisville here, folks, because that's the one we're getting a look on. I think it's past, yeah, it's passed through town now. I'm moving toward Dawson Springs. Again, a catastrophic tornado. Yeah, this is 12,000 feet up, and we're even seeing the debris. So Princeton was just hit by another reported event there of catastrophic damage, more than likely. I mean, I know I'm not phrasing that the best, but you get the idea here, folks. More catastrophic damage probably. Now as we look toward Arlington, let me try that again. Arlington there. Arlington there, maybe, if that's how you want to pronounce that. Dawson Springs here, first off, though, inline. That's bad. I mean, you can't get the best look at the ground level, but I assume, and we gotta assume, it's still an EF3, EF4 type tornado on the ground moving toward Dawson Springs. This has been on the ground for hours, only on. So sobering of a situation here. As we go on back over now towards some of our other modes, I have our other broad view port up now. We're going to go ahead and go on over here. We're going to go ahead and go on over to our other mode here of the tornado risk. You can see possible tornado here north and west there, or mainly west of Marble Hill, maybe eventually toward areas there in Cape County, Cape Girardeau County later on. We'll be watching that, but we're going to be watching north of St. Louis right now. I know reports of Amazon facility damage toward Edwardsville in Illinois as well. So just all sorts of things heading here tonight. Currently, we have a 10 tornado warning. So let's go ahead and reset that. I know we're getting to the bottom of the hour, so let's just go ahead and stay on through the bottom of the hour. We'll kind of ramp through some of this here, run through some of this as things still ramp up for other communities downstream. So the tornado emergency toward Caldwell County, Kentucky. Tornadoes on the ground, or have at least been on the ground in the last little bit, toward Coles County, Douglas, Edgar, and Vermilion, and Illinois, Caldwell, Kristen, Hopkins, and Lyon toward Kentucky, Coles, Douglas there toward Illinois, and Livingston, Lyon toward Kentucky, and then severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes toward Bond, Fayette, Montgomery counties, Illinois, Iron, Madison, Reynolds. That's the storm we're watching there west of Cape County, Cape Girardeau County. We're talking about Mississippi, Lauderdale counties. You've got to take shelter in these areas, and these red or purple polygons here, pink polygons, whatever you want to call them. Mississippi, Pemiscot, Dyer, Lake, and O'Brien, in addition to this Mississippi, Dyer, and Lauderdale, and then Madison County here as well. So we just got a new warning. This one here being issued down to the south for Crockett, Weekly, Dyer, Gibson, and O'Brien until 11:15 local time. Radar indicated tornado over the Dyersburg area. So again, gotta be mindful of what's going on. Let's get back to word Princeton now. No, radar, we're having issues. Let's go to Louisville again, because that's what we're able to get a signal on right now. Let's move right to word Dawson Springs. I don't see a tornado emergency yet, but you gotta treat this as if this is the worst tornado you've ever had in your life. Headed toward Dawson Springs here, because it very well may be that type of scenario. We are, again, not able to see as close to the radar, but if we're getting debris still up here, and we are, this is bad, folks, still. I mean, this is continuing to be a bad situation. It's been bad all the way from northeast Arkansas. This is the same storm that destroyed that mobile home. I mean, we saw some photos of those, but I'm talking about nursing home, really. I mean, we've had mobile homes destroyed, I'm sure, but you can get the idea here of what I'm talking about. This is this bad news all the way around. Historic night, maybe our worst December tornado night in history, folks. I mean, really, that's how bad things have been. So again, Dawson Springs, you can see so serious, so significant. You can see the debris over 12,000 feet here within the radar from Louisville. And you can see Dawson Springs here. We're still watching that. Let me see what else we got here within our radars. See if we have anything new. It looks like Evansville is new, so that's good at least. But running behind for a while, we're seeing a little, looks like, as I reset things, we're at the bottom of the hour pretty much now. Meteorologist Casey Cloud tracking a tornado emergency here that transitions into more of just a PDS type tornado warning for now. Off toward the north and east toward Dawson Springs. You can see here in the Evansville radar, kind of an area here of what you would see maybe in a tropical system, and that's a tornado signature within the radar here, folks. You don't see the debris, which I'm a little surprised you don't, but let's pull up our other mode, and you can tell, boy, that's that. I mean, I don't know if we have a tornado emergency on that because we are getting some communication issues, but there should be one problem on this. I mean, we're looking at winds here, so significant, moving toward Dawson Springs. Granted, I'm not sure the population there, and that is a certain criteria at times for these, but let me go ahead and move away from that for a moment. We'll go ahead and zoom back out. Louisville radar here helping us out on this situation. New tornado warning near Paducah. This is an area of rotation there, not far from the city. Moving from Massac toward Livingston County now. So not a good situation for those folks. Again, we've been on the last few minutes for a tornado emergency. That's no longer in effect, but still, threat is still very significant in play. We have now 8 tornado warnings, 5 with the radar indications, 3 warnings there based on confirmation. They did just go tornado emergency. I see toward Caldwell and Hopkins. Another tornado emergency toward Dawson Springs and now St. Charles. A confirmed large and destructive tornado over Dawson Springs. Tornado emergency there. A deadly tornado. They're having issued this out of the Springfield, Missouri office here. So there's communication issues, as I know. That's what we've seen. Unfortunately, out of the Paducah office, they're getting these alerts out of the Springfield, Missouri office. So got to be on guard. Dawson Springs, St. Charles here, Nortonville in the path as well. But tornado emergency here, as we kind of suspected, might go into play. That rotation there, moving toward Dawson Springs. I mean, this night just continues to be so sobering. Maybe the worst December tornado night in the history of this country. I mean, I don't think I'm overstating that when we're talking about this damage for weeks and months to come, years probably to come. Towns are going to have a hard time coming back, maybe, especially Mayfield, I think, based on what we've seen initially. Hopefully, it's not as bad as the initial look based on radar and reports, but we may be talking about a situation where only thing that's is left in some areas is the foundation of buildings. So again, going to take a break in the coverage right now here soon, but since we have this tornado emergency, I'm going to stay a little longer. These tornado emergencies have been so rapid. We generally stay on even longer form for these, but because there's just so many, we're kind of having to prioritize here, covering everything. There's so much happening. We're in the Louisville radar. Let's see if we have anything better on this. Fort Campbell. Let's see if we got a new scan from that maybe now. We're going to check this out. Looks like we're still on the 1114 scan, 1014 central, and that's not helpful. So let's go ahead now and go to the Evansville maybe again. We'll try that again. You can see that rotation there. This is what we've been talking about. So many of these radars don't normally have to switch between them like this, but let's go out toward the Louisville since that's the one that's been working for us. There you go. There's a rotation right around Dawson Springs right now. Again, I see in a situation here. We're getting wind 70 one way, maybe about 40 the other way. These storms moving so fast. You can't wait here, folks, for that threat to be getting right at you because it'll be too late. You got to take shelter here, folks. Again, around Dawson Springs, so serious, so sober, and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's go ahead and pull up these tornado emergency safety tips here. So catastrophic damage we're talking about is possible here. Move to an interior room or a basement and to protect yourself from that flying debris. Put on a bicycle helmet. So that's what we're doing with right here. I'll step on over. So again, right here, we're talking about Dawson Springs, some of the worst of the rotation right in there, right now. A matter of life and death as we're looking towards some of these communities. I'm going to step back on over now as we continue this coverage again. Tornado emergency in play. Just seen so many of these tonight. I mean, I haven't even been able to keep up with how many we've had. We've just covered so many. As this rotation off the Evansville look is showing up here right now. We're going to go ahead and see this on our radar scope computer. We're going to see this right now. You can see here the terrible looking pinks and the red. I mean, we're talking about 150 mile an hour winds maybe in here. And we got to be on guard around St. Charles, taking shelter, obviously, and even up to the north here. I'll try to get this right pronunciation this time toward Arlington there, or Arlington. So you kind of get the idea what we're watching. You see Madisonville, you see Morton's Gap in here. Again, going to continue to watch things. You can see 124, 144. So again, we're monitoring things very carefully here off this Evansville side. A tornado emergency, potentially a matter of life and death here in this area. Stay tuned. We're going to take a break for now, I think. But please take shelter from this area. We're talking about parts of Kristen, Caldwell, as well as Hopkins and Line in the general area. But let's click on this tornado emergency if we can. It looks like it wants to give me the other one. Let me go ahead and pop back over toward the other viewpoint here so you guys know what's happening. Nortonville in the path, St. Charles. This is for Caldwell and Hopkins, the tornado emergency polygon in general, specifically Dawson Springs and St. Charles. So, very serious situation, very dangerous. We're going to take a break. We're back here by the top of the hour unless we get more information in. But you see areas further along in Hopkins County here. Got to be taking those tornado precautions as well, as this is a very dangerous situation here toward parts of Kentucky. At this point, maybe eventually, we'll be tracking areas further into Kentucky, even with this threat. It's just, I've been tracking all the way since Arkansas. We just want the storm to spin down. I mean, this has been going for hours, producing that tornadic damage, destruction, devastation. And we just wanted to spin on down here, folks. Stay tuned for the latest information. Back here in the Weather Center, breaking in real quick for this tornado emergency. Another one being issued here. We're watching really strong rotation there. Anton there in Kentucky. Extremely dangerous situation here, folks, toward Hopkins and Muhlenberg counties using that Louisville radar right now. Potentially deadly tornado in this area. So please get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We'll have more information at the top of the hour. But watching that not far from Madisonville. And then if I go ahead and broaden the view out now, broaden the picture out, you can see some tornado warnings. We're watching some action there toward southern Perry County, Missouri, Cape Girardeau, Bullenter County there under a tornado warning now. Some more action northwest Tennessee. So still quite a bit going on. Action further up in Illinois too. So very dangerous night here continues. I'll be back with more here in about 6 minutes for a tornado emergency toward Hopkins, Muhlenberg counties in Kentucky. Devastating tornado potentially on the ground in that vicinity. Stay tuned, everybody, for the latest. Please, though, take shelter. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here, top of the hour. It's 11 o'clock Central Time now, 12 o'clock Eastern. If you're watching from the east here, you can see a very serious situation still. And I have the Louisville radar pulled up now. Let's go ahead and pop this on a new tornado emergency now toward Bremen there in Kentucky, a potentially catastrophic tornado in that area. This is the same storm we've been tracking for hours. I mean, this is one of the longer tracking tornadic situations we've ever had in our country, especially for December, folks. This tornado emergency there as we're looking toward Muhlenberg and McLean counties there in south central to northwestern Kentucky. Bremen there under an extreme threat. So got to get folks into shelter. You can see as we look at the debris, I mean, it's over 7,000 feet and it's still showing those catastrophic tendencies here. Just never what you want to see on the board, folks. Just so bad, so dangerous. This is south of Owensboro for perspective, if you're wondering. And even actually, I can go up a little more. We're talking about areas here. You can see toward Evansville there. We're getting toward the south of that area as well. So again, watching things. We have so many warnings on the board. We have 11 right now. Tornado warnings I'm talking about. I mean, we're not even talking about the thunderstorm warnings really, because there's just so many tornado warnings to deal with. I know been going for a while. Eventually we'll wrap up our coverage, but not with tornado emergencies on the board, and we'll make sure there are tornado emergencies after we go off. We'll come back on for those threats, but until the storm so that weakening trend, we can't let our coverage down, can't let our guard down throughout the entire night. Make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. Make sure you get those alert methods there somehow, some way into your home, whether it's through a phone, whether it's through your NOAA weather radio, something like that. So let me go ahead now. And so it's the overview. We'll go ahead and show you what's happening. You can see here McLean, Muhlenberg toward Hopkins as well, a tornado emergency scenario. Henry and Weakley there. We've had tornado confirmed toward Ohio County in Kentucky, tornado confirmed Hopkins, McLean, Muhlenberg, as well as Gibson, Oban, and Weakley there as we get back toward the heartland. And then we have tornado warnings for radar indicated rotations toward Fayette County, Illinois, toward Bullinger, as well as Cape Girardeau and Perry counties there, south of Perryville, though. Fountain Park and Vermilion, and Indiana, that region, Kentucky, Creighton, Livingston, and then Fayette and Illinois as well. Red polygons mean tornadoes are indicated by radar. Purple polygons mean confirmed tornadoes, and then a couple of them with this black outline here. That means the worst scenario you can ever get in the Weather Enterprise, a tornado emergency. Almost hard to make them out because we just have so many tornado warnings. But toward Madisonville, Central City there, we're getting these catastrophic tendencies to show up within the radar echoes. So again, we have to be really mindful of what's going on. I mean, we've been with you for about 4 hours now, and again, until we see this storm weaken off, I mean, it's been going all the way since areas there close to Searcy there in Arkansas. We're talking about now 250 miles, give or take, with tornado warnings at least, and many areas in between with tornado touchdowns occurring and destruction, deaths. We're talking about fatalities there. We're talking about Mayfield, so bad there toward town in Arkansas, a nursing home there leveled. We're talking about Dollar General, apparently it's been leveled as well. I mean, that's just one of many businesses, I'm sure. We're talking about their commercial businesses, but again, so much going on. Let's look here real quick toward southern parts of Perry County there in Missouri. Radar indicated rotation, not as strong there. Maybe still up on rotation tracker, but even some weak rotation to the north. We'll watch that near I-55, but nothing warned for to the north there. As we look here toward areas there south of Union City, you can see some radar indicated rotation and a confirmed tornado, an RPDS situation. Here we go again with another storm trying to evolve. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Sharon or 10 miles south of Martin. Went east at 60 in this area in northwestern Tennessee. Again, once we do wrap things up, make sure you have those local affiliates on hand as well as they're giving you that microscale coverage. But we're not wrapping things up until we do away with that storm there with that tornado emergency in this area to the south, as we still have incredibly, I mean, we have plenty of parameters in terms of energy, but then even more so, those tornado parameters are just terrible. We're talking about over 4, over 5 even in some of these areas. We're talking about 6 earlier, but that's still way too high here and sufficient for a potentially catastrophic tornado development here under some other right parameters that are in place. So tornado emergency there toward McLean and Muhlenberg, Hopkins, Muhlenberg as well. I mean, these tornado emergencies are normally a rare thing, but I feel like we've said that wording so much tonight now. It's been crazy, folks. We're now at about the 4 hour mark of the coverage. We have 5 tornado watches in play. Just an incredible outbreak that will always be remembered, always studied. We're talking about a 4 state tornado event with one storm, maybe seeing a couple different tornadoes spawn out of that, but you get the idea. So serious, so significant, so dangerous. Been here in the Weather Center watching, still watching here for you. As we have, it looks like now 11 tornado warnings, 2 tornado emergencies out of that. There that one storm that we've been tracking for hours. And then we have another confirmed tornado of concern. It's a PDS situation toward areas here toward Dredgeton there in Tennessee, Martin, Tennessee. Reports of multiple power lines down, trees down, and impassable roads. Just so serious, so dangerous here. A historic night as we continue our coverage here in the Weather Center. Let me go back over to the Louisville radar and that tornado emergency. You can see here around areas there around Mormon in parts of Kentucky. We'll pop that on up right now. You can see what's going on here. You can see the rotation very tight still. See the debris still showing up. Maybe a little looser, but we're looking up so high. So that might be kind of a issue there, and that we're not seeing that quite to the level of what it could be. But again, a historic outbreak looking off that Louisville radar right now, still ways away from Louisville, but some other issues there with some communication causing us to use that one. But we're back here as needed before 11:30 Central. Otherwise, we'll see you then as the tornado emergency situation does continue around Bremen there again, Bremen, Kentucky. Some of the worst of this around there now, and you can see it kind of going off. If we get another one of these tornado emergencies, we'll come back on a little bit earlier potentially, but otherwise see you around 11:30. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour, 11:30 Central Time, still watching multiple tornado warnings, confirmed tornadoes, including this one that we've been tracking this storm for several hours, all the way from Arkansas. We're now getting towards central Kentucky even with this. It's a terrible situation, folks, as we see things within the radar echoes so severe looking. The service in Louisville continuing this warning here for that large and extremely dangerous tornado toward Ohio County in Kentucky, eventually moving toward Breckinridge County there in Kentucky. Just so bad. I mean, we're still getting the re-signatures here on the radar. I mean, that has been visible for hours, folks. That blue area there indicating a continuous tornado on the ground, causing potentially devastation. So, again, we're tracking things here. Let me go back one over to the broad view. We have multiple tornado watches on the board. It looks like 6 of them right now. And in terms of tornado warnings, we have 8 of them. 4 for confirmed tornadoes, 4 for radar indicated threats. Tornado warnings confirmed right now towards Stewart County, Tennessee, Breckinridge County, Grayson County, Hancock County there. And looks like we just got an update now. Breckinridge and Grayson in Kentucky, Tennessee, Henry County there, and then Ohio County in Kentucky. So again, so much happening. Radar indicated tornado warning toward Merriam-Webster there toward Illinois and Kentucky, and then in Indiana, Davis, Greene, Knox, and Sullivan, and then Fayette County east of the St. Louis metro area. So there's still a lot going on here as we look at our risk area. We're getting closer, at least, with the stronger tornado threat to the east of that with some of the more dangerous-looking storms. But we're watching this confirmed tornado not far from Paris, Tennessee, and they're calling this a confirmed damaging tornado. Not a PDS, but still very dangerous toward Dover, Tennessee right now. Nashville office issuing this. We'll watch here up toward the north. So really 2 storms with the confirmed tornado. This one with a PDS warning. It's again been the problem here south of Fordsville in Kentucky here, Ohio County. As we referred to, you see a radar indicated rotation. You see radar indicated rotation here north of Madisonville. More areas here north of Mount Vernon, and then into toward Indiana as well. So there's a lot happening, a lot going on. I'll be back here at the top of the hour unless we need to break back in earlier. We're going to start to wind down the coverage unless we see a tornado emergency or something really crop up on us here that's severe looking, that's impacting a really highly populated area. If we get another tornado emergency, we'll break in immediately. I'm going to still keep the stream going at least until the top of the hour. After that, we may go ahead and ramp things down if that storm really starts to weaken off some. Hopefully it does. I mean, it may not, which is just incredible. We're starting to see things maybe become at least a little more unfavorable for it, but it's still going to be in an area, even you see the energy kind of dropping off some, but it'll still be in an area that will be able to maybe maintain itself for a little longer here. So kind of taking shelter here toward areas of already Ohio County, but then up to the north and east toward Hancock County, Kentucky. Large and extremely dangerous tornado 9 miles northeast of Hartford, moving northeast at 60. Very fast mover, covering so much ground, and it's been on the ground for hours, as we talked about. So this didn't, I mean, as you see here, that's Louisville. As we kind of put this in perspective, it should go, as of now, south of the Louisville metro, but we'll continue to watch things, make sure it doesn't turn on us or something like that. We'll be monitoring it. Be back here at the top of the hour. Please watch this local affiliates if you have a vested interest in certain communities, because they'll get really specific with things, roads and things like that, that can really help maybe save your life in a situation like this. It's already been deadly, claiming lives here as we look further on off toward the west here in the situation, and toward the south, obviously, as well. As we bring you that overview of the situation, we'll see you here in about 26 minutes, unless we need to break back in earlier for some imminent concern that's really significant in nature for a higher populated area. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour. We're going to go ahead and try to wrap things up. It's now 1 a.m. Eastern Time, 12 a.m. Central Time, midnight there, as folks dealing with this threat so significant. Actually, that one tornado that we've been tracking all the way from Arkansas now entering into the Eastern Time Zone, just telling you how long it's had that rotational look to it and been on the ground for most of that, it seems. So just a terrible situation there. Real quick, though, I want to go over these storms before I wrap it up, and I do want to emphasize, make sure if you're in these areas, have multiple ways to get alerts. If you're under a tornado watch or even downstream, it's very important, folks. Follow those local affiliates there in the situation as well. And if there is a tornado emergency, another one issued, we'll come back on here on our streaming platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. I'll probably be off camera in that situation. But let's check out Memphis right now. We'll go ahead and show you the look toward Memphis, towards Shelby County. There is a radar indicated tornado, nothing extreme with this, but a radar indicated rotation there around Shelby County, around Memphis. So something to watch for them since it's such a highly populated area. But right now, nothing confirmed on the ground here as the last check. I'll check the debris detects, and I don't really see too much, but still maybe some gustier winds in there, knock out a little bit of power. But we do have some other warnings to get to towards Stewart, Henry counties here in northern Tennessee. A little more concern here. I know I keep switching between radars, but we have had some big radar issues, so we can't use some of the radars connected to the Paducah office. It's just a normal thing to do here, go to the closest radar. But let's go to the Nashville radar now. Let's see what's happening with this. That's pretty tight there as we're looking toward Bumpus Mills. We're talking about rotational signatures there, getting close to about 100 miles an hour. And in a normal situation, I expect this to have a debris signature still, and we do. I would probably stick with this, but because we've been going for so long, I think we're going to wrap it up. But still, if you're in these areas, you can't let your guard down here, folks. This threat could still be deadly as the night goes on. It's already been deadly, and we could still have more injuries and fatalities as the night goes on. It's just that we do have multiple ways so you can get the alerts there as you're looking. I know the National Weather Service has their website, their Twitter accounts, no other radio outlets there, as well as, of course, the local affiliates here. And if there's a tornado emergency, we'll come back on. It's just we can't cover every single tornado warning, but if it rises to another tornado emergency, we'll come on. And that's not a great look there in Stewart County, Tennessee, as this moves closer toward Kentucky here over the next little bit, because that's still rotational velocities there in that about 100-mile-an-hour range off the Nashville radar. As we look at that signature, that debris is not extremely deep, but we're also looking at 6,000 feet. So still potentially life-threatening situation in Stewart County, and got to watch toward Kristen County, Montgomery County here, probably more Kristen, and even Trigg for that matter, as we kind of track this one off toward Kentucky over the next little bit. Again, tune into those local affiliates. They'll be very specific there with some information and what streets might be impacted here over the next little bit. But we're going to go ahead and look up toward another area. This is the storm that just keeps on giving, unfortunately. As we look toward this area here in Kentucky, we have seen a broadening finally of that circulation. There could still be some debris in here, but we're not really seeing that as organized at this point, I do not believe. We'll kind of bat this up there. That signature's really become unwound here, it seems like, at least, over the last little bit. They're down to just a radar indicated rotation, so not even a PDS or a confirmed tornado anymore. We finally lost that debris signature after seeing it for hours here of what's likely been a tornado on the ground for hours that might have finally lifted. It's become more linear as well. Still could have some damaging winds or a tornado. I mean, it could still re-evolve. I mean, Cookville night, we thought things were winding down, and then they round back up very quickly for Cookville. So you can't let your guard down. And me going off does not mean you let your guard down. You got to stay alert all night long, or at least until that tornado watch ends, or if you have a tornado watch expected to be issued for your area, make sure you're following along with the situation as well. As we are seeing things, again, this is toward, it looks like Meade, Hardin, and Breckinridge counties in Kentucky. This is just a radar indicated rotation right now. A lot better news than what we were seeing with this storm for hours and hours and hours. I mean, we've been tracking this storm about 250 miles. That's how long we've been tracking it here, folks. We're watching this. We're watching the area down to the south here. Let's go over toward this other area here. This is probably going to be a PDS. Let's see. Yeah, Paducah issued by the way of Springfield, Missouri. Kristen Trigg County PDS warning. Again, can't use the radar down here because there's issues with the communication. But let's go ahead and pop on up the Nashville site We see the rotation here. Maybe seeing some stuff back to the west. Maybe we'll get some weakening if things kind of become a little more disorganized ultimately. But right now they're not weak at any by any stretch at any moment here. As we're dealing with this, you see the rotational signature still at 80 miles an hour or so, and debris is still there. Not extraordinary, but again, we're looking up a little higher here than what we'd maybe like to see. But again, still watching things, still monitoring the situation. That is out there toward Tennessee, toward Kentucky. We're looking at different things here. I know 3 of the 4 are confirmed warnings here. The other one actually not confirmed anymore. And then we have the warning toward Memphis, toward that area, watching that threat. In Indiana, we also have a warning, a tornado warning, radar indicated. Again, we can't rely on these radars here. It makes things really challenging, but we have to go over to a different radar site for this. And this is toward Owensboro. Let's see here. I noticed a weak rotation on here, but again, we're not getting a very good look at this here. It doesn't seem. So there is a tornado warning there. Maybe something involved. And just take shelter while you're under a tornado warning. You got to respect the polygons because sometimes the radar images aren't catching up here. But again, let's go ahead and show you that broad view again. Again, don't lay your guard down because I'm going off. We'll still be tweeting things out as necessary, as warranted here. But the local affiliates are the place to turn. It is the place to turn. The places to turn. I know it's been on for about 5 hours here on and off. So I know some local affiliates even having to be on longer than that. Just talking continuously to try to save lives. That's what it's all about here in the Weather Enterprise. I mean, we're watching the threat all the way down toward the Arklatex here. Shreveport, a warning. Radar indicated winds right there moving towards Shreveport. But even the Monroe area we're talking about, it looks like Ruston too. So got to be watching even down toward Louisiana, Lafayette. I mean, they're kind of out of things as we get down there, thankfully. But as we look toward the north, we have UL Monroe, we have Ruston, Louisiana Tech, the Arkla Miss here in the threat as well. So still watching the radar indicated rotation near Memphis. We talked about the multiple tornado warnings toward that Tennessee-Kentucky line, and then some other tornado warnings that one area finally weakening, but it doesn't mean it couldn't strengthen again here. So again, we've been going for a while. We're going to wrap it up now. Do want to mention locally here, we just got a marginal risk included for a small chunk of the area, maybe more for the wind threat lingering towards some of our far northwestern counties here. Not really seeing much of area included, but maybe toward Cuthbert, something like that, we could get some gustier winds or even a quick spin up as the line falls apart as it gets closer to our area. But a lot of us don't need to cancel plans, especially north central Florida. You can see where even risk for thunderstorm activity kind of goes away. So that's good news. But there's a 40% chance of rain as we look ahead later today, lower toward the east, maybe higher, 50, 60, towards 70, even towards some of our western zones here. So gotta be mindful of that for sure. But we're gonna go ahead and zoom back on over to the Outbreak view here to wrap things up. Don't want to miss anything in terms of any type of tornado emergency being imminent. So Kristen and Trigg area, that's the one region that would be a candidate right now. The one up in Kentucky that we've been tracking for so long is finally becoming more disorganized after a historic stretch really of just terrible looks at the radar there. I'm checking behind the scenes. Let's see, where do we want to go now? We want to go to the Nashville radar site here on that other storm. Let's get one more look at it to make sure we don't have like a tornado emergency imminent where we'd have to jump back on here. We're seeing winds 70 one way, 60 the other, so we're starting to see some strengthening again. And that's a debris signature that's starting to pick on up a little bit over a rural area and within a line, but still, we don't like to see that. That could be wind still upward of 120, 130 miles an hour. So still could be talking about a pretty significant tornado there. Let me go ahead and show you real quick those tornado safety tips as we kind of try to at least leave you here tonight. If you're under tornado watch, you want to charge up those devices in case of that power loss. Have multiple ways to receive alerts, and a tornado warning means that a tornado has been detected using radar or spotted. Seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and to protect yourself from flying debris. Bicycle helmet or a basement or roll place to go in these areas here that have them. I mean, our local area doesn't really have them, but up north you want to do that, and that's because we're talking about tornadoes that have been on the higher end of the scale, not the CF0s, CF1s that can still be impactful, especially in mobile homes. We're talking about several tornadoes toward that EF2, EF3, EF4, and I mean, I hate to say it, but maybe but had an EF5 occur at one point or another. In terms of some of that wind damage here towards some communities, just incredible devastation on the board here. I mean, we'll find out. The Weather Service has to get out there. We can't judge that by radar, but the parameters, the actual velocity looks were so substantial there within the echoes. You just never want to see stuff like that for sure. And we did see a lot of that tonight. We did several tornado emergencies on the board. And goodness, I hate seeing that here, folks, because that's ramping back up again. We're talking about winds there, so nasty looking. This is a very rural area, thankfully for now, but we have Lafayette, Herndon, Oak Grove, Pembroke here, potentially in the path later on as we get toward Kristen and Todd County there in Kentucky, and even a little bit of Trigg there in Kentucky as well. So that's now 92-mile-an-hour wind. We're getting closer to that EF3 type range, it looks like here, unfortunately, with those winds. I mean, we can't guarantee that's what's happening at the surface, but let's try to give this one more frame here to see how it looks. Hopefully it kind of broadens back out a little bit, but that's not a good look at the radar here. It's rural, but still people do live here, I suppose, and you can see it looks like some neighborhoods in here, or at least in the path, from Lafayette, Kentucky, Herndon, Kentucky, Pembroke, Oak Grove under this, Hopkinsville. Let's see the track on this. Right now, maybe going to the south, but you don't want to count things out there. You don't want to go to sleep yet in Hopkinsville. You want to make sure you're following this here as we are watching the trend lines with this. So just make sure it does pass toward the south of you guys there, as eventually we're going to be tracking, it looks like I-24 here in the path as well. So let me go ahead and check debris once again. You can see 5,000, 6,000 feet. We're getting that. We're getting the winds here showing up in excess of 100 and 100 and maybe 20, 130 miles an hour. That latest scan here showing things maybe not quite as strong, but it could be more debris in there. Actually, I think it did weaken just a little bit. So we're going to leave you at that. But you may still have a tornado emergency issued with little warning here toward areas in southern Kentucky. Lafayette, take shelter. I mean, your time is on the very short side there around Lafayette, Kentucky. I got to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We could still be talking about a situation as we look at the gate to gate here. It's still very strong. Maybe just the winds could come right back together to produce a significant to violent tornado in Kristen County, Kentucky. We'll be watching for Todd County, and then eventually maybe even off toward the east here we have, it looks like Logan County, or maybe even Muhlenberg County, depending on how this tracks. Make sure you're watching those affiliates in that area, local stations. I'll be keeping you advised of this weather situation. One more look here at radar scope. Let me pop this on so you guys get a viewpoint north of Clarksville there, north of Clarksville in Tennessee. Still pretty nasty situation with a different storm developing, a different storm emerging here. You can see what we're talking about with this. Let me go ahead and pull up correlation coefficient, and well, that's going to be old because we're looking at some different things here. Unfortunately, it looks like Fort Campbell's actually showing the correlation coefficient here, but some of the super res velocity, I said, but not the correlation coefficient. So that's interesting. We're not seeing much wind away, but winds so significant there toward the radar. Some of those might be a little over, but you get the idea. That's still dangerous here, and that's showing some different areas. Even Fort Campbell North could be in this as well. Let's check this warning here. Fort Campbell could be in here. That could mean the radar site even that's already has some communication issues. So we got to be mindful of that here. So there's your radar site right in there. Able to get some radar data from this, but not necessarily all of it that we need, but you can see here that could be headed very close to that area here over the next little bit. Gotta be mindful here of what could happen as we are tracking this on off toward the east and the northeast. So you see Lafayette, you see Fort Campbell North, you see Pembroke there, you see areas here close to Hopkinsville at least, which is a higher populated area. I think it may pass south of that, but we still gotta be careful, at least passing north of Clarksville there and south of Hopkinsville. But you got to still be mindful of what can happen. Still got to be paying attention here. Can't let your guard down as we're looking at some of these different scans. Again, you see winds there are still significant. Let's look for debris. See how bad it is. Right now, that's not showing it, but it could pop right back up on Nashville radar. We're seeing winds there that are increasing in intensity here, 86, and then we have 50, that's 130. So still very nasty for these areas here toward Lafayette and Kentucky now, moving from Tennessee into Kentucky. Again, back if there's a tornado emergency, but otherwise, I think we're going to wrap it for now. This is still a potentially life-threatening situation, though, so do not let your guard down here in this area. I'm going to go ahead and, in fact, leave it on this viewpoint here as we wrap it up, just so people know if they're kind of tuning on in here at the very end of this cover that we did cover this area here. And we have tried to warn people as lives could be in danger here as we look toward parts of Preston County in Kentucky now. A very dangerous situation as we look here at some of the different modes of the radar. We're definitely seeing some very strong winds there around Lafayette in Kentucky. And I mean, I'm getting winds even higher in excess of 120 on some modes here. I hate to wrap it with this, but let's go ahead and look at this here. Again, I know we kind of want to monitor things. We have the radar indicator saying it's in near Memphis, a storm that's been falling apart over the last little bit that we've tracked for hours here up toward the north. You can see here it's become more linear, it seems. May still have some debris in there somewhere, but that's more of just radar indicated rotation now. The historic storm falling apart there, but another one trying to get going toward the south here as we've continued to monitor things. As we continue to look here toward Lafayette and Oak Grove, you can see here the latest update, still calling this a PDS tornado warning. Fort Campbell here, Oak Grove, Pembroke here in the path. Not a tornado emergency, but a TDS there still apparent for sure on our other modes. Not extreme, not really deep, but that could change. Nobody needs to be driving here on Interstate 24 in this area to avoid parts of this region. Stay tuned for the latest. I'll be back here if needed. Otherwise, thanks so much for tuning in. It's still dangerous out there. Do not let your guard down. Can't emphasize that enough as we continue to watch the situation toward areas there of the middle of the country. Still more tornadoes are going to occur. Some tornadoes still in progress, like this one likely is, toward Preston County, Kentucky. Thanks so much for tuning in here as I look at my notes. I want to make sure we don't miss anything here. We're just continuing to watch things. We'll be back if necessary. Watch those local affiliates though for the latest information. Back if there's a tornado emergency or something local here later on in the day on this Saturday. But otherwise, try to have a great weekend. And there's going to be a lot of cleanup, a lot of damage surveys to go over there as we watch this big severe weather event as it still continues here in the country. Have a great night, everybody. At least the best you can.